Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. सरस्वती महाराज शील प्रभुपाद की, अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की, नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की, स्वयं प्रभु श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की, श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गोवर्धन की, वृंदावन धाम की, मायापुर धाम की, मधुरपुरी धाम की, जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की, द्वारकापुरी धाम की, गंगा माई की, यमुना माई की, तुलसी देवी की, भक्ति देवी की, सामवेद भक्त वृंद की, ओम प्रेमानंद, ओम ग्लोरीज टू द assembled devotees गौरी शिशिर प्रभुपाद नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनि नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रजागणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशधारिणे ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय 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 संसार सागरे आत्मन् दीनमां करुणानिधे श्रीमद्भागवताख्योऽयं प्रत्यक्षकृष्णमेव हि स्वीकृतोऽसि मया नाथ मुख्यर्थं भवसागरे मनो न ते मदीयोऽयं सबला सर्वदा त्वया निर्विघ्नेनैव कर्तव्यं दासोऽहं तव केशव भवे भवे यथा भक्ति पादयोऽसवजायते तथा कुरुष्व देवेश मातस्वस्मोय प्रभो नाम संकीर्तनं यस्य सर्वपापप्रणाशनं प्रणामो दुःखशमनं तं नमामि हरिं परम् जन्माद्यस्य यतोन्मयादितरतश्चातेष्वविद्यस्वरान् तेने ब्रह्महृदाय आदिकवये मुह्यन्ति तेजो वायुमृतं यथा विनिमयो यद्विसर्गो पुरुषः गानासेन सदा निरस्तकुहकं सत्यं परं धीमहि तद्ब्रह्मप्रोजितकैलवक्त्रवर्णो ब्रह्मस्सदानं सदां वेद्यं वासवमत्रवस्तु शिवदं तावत्त्रयोर्भुवनम् श्रीमद्भागवते महामुनिकृते किं वा परैरीश्वरः सद्यो वृद्धवरुध्यते कृतृभिः शुश्रूषुभिः तर्षणः निगमकल्पतरोर्गलितं फलं शुभं पानमृतद्रवसंयुतं पिबत वातवदं रसमालयं गुरुवरो रसिका भुवि भावुकाः सच्चिदानन्दरूपाय विष्णोर्वद्यादिहेतवे तावत्त्रयविनाशाय श्रीकृष्णाय वयं नमः यं प्रमुदन्तं अनुपेतमपेतकृत्यं दैवायनो विरहकादरमज्जुहाव पुत्रैति जन्मयतरवोऽभिनेतु तं सर्वभूतहृदयं विमानतोऽस्मि यस्वानुभावमतिरश्रुतिसारवेगम् अध्यात्मदीपमतिर्दीर्षकान्तमोऽन्धं संसारिणां करुणयाः पुराणगुह्यं तं व्याससूर्यं वयामि मुनीनां नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरये कमनीयकिशोरमुग्धमूर्ते कलवेणुमुनिदाग्रगाननिन्दो मम वाचि विशुद्धरामुरारे मधुरिणां कणिकाभिकाभिकाभि नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रसाय भूतये श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिने नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य श्रीमद्गुरुचरणारविन्दाभ्यां नमः वन्दे नन्दोपजश्रीणां पादरेणुमहेशः यासां हरियतो गीतं पुराणे भुवनत्रयं गोपीचरणारविन्दपरमाणवे नमः पीताम्बरं करविराजितचक्रशङ्खं कौमोदगी सरसिजं करुणासमुद्रं राधा
कोमलं पूजयं वेदं श्यामलोऽयं कुमारः वेदवेदपरं ब्रह्म वाससं गतो माम् मुखं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवं श्रीकृष्णाय नमः श्रीहरये नमः सर्वप्रभोविन्दनामसंकीर्तनं गोविन्द गोविन्द।
भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते सम्प्राप्ते सन्निहिते काले नहि रक्षयितुकृकरणे मूढजली नागम कृष्ण कुरु सद्बुद्धिं मनसि विकृष्णं यल्लभसे निजकर्मोपाप्यं विकम्येन विनोदय चित्रम् नारीस्तनहरणाभिवेशं दृष्ट्वा माघमोहावेशम् एतन्मां सर्वसाधिविकारं मनसि चिन्तय वारं नवीनगतजलमधिकरणं तद्वज्जीवितम् अतिशयचलनं विद्धिव्याधि अभिमानग्रस्तं लोकं शोकरदं समस्तम् यावद्विद्यो वाचनसक्तं तावन्निजपरिवारो रक्तः पश्चाज्जीवति जर्जरदेः वाक्काम्भूमिं पृच्छति देः यावल्लवनो विवसति देः तावल्पृच्छति कुशलं देः गतवविवायो देहाभाये भार्या बिभ्यति तस्मिन् भाये बालस्तावत् क्रीडासक्ता तरुणस्तावल्कर्मीसक्ता वृद्धस्तावत् चिन्तासक्ता परे ब्रह्मणि कोऽपि न सक्ता काते कान्ता कस्ते पुत्र संसारोऽयमतीव विचित्र कस्य त्वं बाहुगः तत्त्वं चिन्तय तदिह भ्राता सत्सङ्गत्वे निस्सङ्गत्वं निस्सङ्गत्वे निर्मोहत्वं निर्मोहत्वे निश्चलतत्वं निश्चलतत्वे जीवन्मुक्तिः वयसि यदेक कामविहार शुष्के नीले रक्तासार क्षीणे वित्ते कपरिवार ज्ञाते तत्त्वे संसार मागुरु नवलयौवनगर्वं हरदीनेषां कालं सर्वं मायामयमिदमखिलं विद्वा ब्रह्मपदं त्वां प्रविशति विद्वा निदयामित्यो सायं प्रातः शीतवसन्तो पुनरामदातः कालक्रीडति गच्छति आयु तद्विमुञ्चति आशावायु काते कान्ता धनगति चिन्ता वामिदकिन्नवमासि नियन्ता त्रिजगति सज्जन सङ्गतिरेका भवति भवान्नवतरणे नौका जडिलो मुण्डे लुञ्जितकेश काषायाम्बरबहुकृतवेश पश्यन्नमिथन पश्यति मूढ उदरनिमित्तं बहुकृतवेश अंगं ललितं पलितं मुण्डं दशविहीनं जातं तुण्डं वृद्धो याति विवादं तद्विमुञ्चति आशामितम् अग्रे मन्मि पृष्ठे कानुं रात्रौ चुम्बकसमर्पितजानुं करदलवीक्षस्तरुकलवासा तद्विमुञ्चति आशाभाषा
കുരുവേ ഗംഗാ സാഗര ഗമനം വ്രതപരിപാലനം ജ്ഞാനവിഹീനം സർവാദേന മുക്തിം ഭജതി ജന്മശതേന സുരമന്ദിരതനുവാസ ശയ്യാഭൂതജിനം വാസ സർവപരിഗ്രഹോഗത്യാഗ കർഷ്യസുഖം ന കരോതി വിരാഗം യോഗരതോ വാ ഭോഗരതോ വാ സംഗരതോ വാ സംഗവിഹീന യസ്യ ബ്രഹ്മണി രമതേ ചിത്തം നന്ദതി നന്ദതി നന്ദദേവ ഭഗവദ്ഗീതാ കിഞ്ചിദധീര ഗംഗാജലധവനൈകാ ശബ്ദവിയേന മുരാരി സമസ്ത ക്രിയതേ സത്യയമേന ചർച്ച പുനരവിജനനം പുനരവിഹരണം പുനരവിജനനീ ജയശയം ഇഹ സംസാരേ ബഹുദുസ്സാരേ കൃപയാ പാരേ ആദി മുരാരേ രഥ്യാചർപ്പണ വിരചിത തന്താം പുണ്യാ പുണ്യവിവർജിത ബന്ധം യോഗി യോഗ വിയോഗ ചിത്തോ രമദേവാനോ മന്ദവദേവ കസ്ത്വം കോഹം ഭുതായാര കാമേ ജനനീ കോമേ യാത്ര ഇതി പരിഭാവയ സർവസാരം വിശ്വം ദൈവാ സ്വപ്നവികാരം ത്വയിമൈതന്യത്രൈകോ വിഷ്ണു വ്യർത്ഥം തുഭ്യസി മയ്യസ വിഷ്ണു ഭവസമചിത്തം സർവത്രത്വം വാചസ്കജയായതി വിഷ്ണുത്വം ശത്രോ മിത്രേ പുത്രേ ബന്ധൗ മാ കുരു യത്നം വിഗ്രഹസന്ധൗ സർവസ്മിന്നപി പശ്യാത്മാനം സർവത്രോസ്യ വേദാജ്ഞാനം കാമം ക്രോധം ലോഭം മോഹം ത്യക്ത്വാത്മാനം പശ്യതി സോഹം ആത്മജ്ഞാനവിഹീനാ മൂഢാ തേ പശ്യന്തെ നരകനിഗൂഢാ ഗേയം ഗീതാ നാമ സഹസ്രം ധ്യേയം ശ്രീപതിരൂപമജസ്രം ജ്ഞേയം സജ്ജന സംഗേ ചിത്തം ദേയം ദീനജനായ വിദിതം സുഖദപ്രിയേ രാമാഭോഗഃ പശ്ചാത്തലേ യോഗ യദ്യപി ലോകേ മരണം ശരണം തദനുമുഞ്ജതി പാപാശരണം അർത്ഥമനർത്ഥം ഭാവയ നിത്യം നാസ്തി സുഖലേശാ സത്യം പുത്രാധവിധനഭാജാം ഭീതി സർവത്രൈഷാ പരിതാ ഭീതി പ്രാണായാമം പ്രത്യാഹാരം നിത്യാനിത്യവിവേകവിചാരം ജാപ്യസമേത സമാധിയാമം കുർവധാനം മഹദവധാനം ഗുരുചരണാംബുജ നിർഭയഭക്ത സംസാരാഗതിയാൽഭവമുക്ത സേന്ദ്രിയമാനസനിയമാദേവം ദ്രക്ഷ്യസി നിജഹൃദയസ്ഥം ദേവം. So, we were discussing last Sunday that Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Muthamate, Samprapte Sanniyate Hare, Nahi Nahi Rakshadi, Dukran Karani. Acharya Swami says there that ultimate goal of life is to realize the truth, Krishna. So, bhakti, what is mentioned there is Bhagavad Prapti, or going back to Krishna's self-realization. In other words, bhakti is an experience, isn't it? When you have that experience, then the Prapti is also there, that you attain Krishna. Bhakti itself is the meditation. So, Tasyaham, Krishna says there, Tasyaham Sulabha Partha Nityayuktasya Yogina. We have seen that verse in the Bhagavad Gita. We will see. Tasyaham Sulabha Partha Nityayuktasya Yogina. There is a verse Krishna mentions. Tasyaham Sulabha Partha Nityayuktasya Yogina. 8:14. Krishna says, Ananya Cheta Sadatam Yomam Smaradi 8:14. Ananya Cheta Sadatam Yomam Smaradi Nityasha Tasyaham Sulabha Pantha Nityayuktaisya Yogina. Krishna says, one who is continuously absorbed in me. That is what it says. Continuously absorbed in me in a natural way, sahajam. Tasyaham Sulabha Pantha. And I am very easily available to him, he says. So, Nityamuktam, he says here, Nityamukta means that one who is never separated from Krishna. So, when you start thinking that Krishna is sitting somewhere else and I am sitting separately away from him, then there is a separation comes. When we start taking Krishna is far away somewhere, I am sitting here separated from Krishna, then there is where this separation comes. If you look into Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 4th canto, this is spoken very specifically. Mentions there, if you look in the 4th canto, you will see there, chapter 31, verse 16. Yadhaiva suryal prabhavanti varaham punascha tasmin pravishanti kalem bhutani bhumo sthirajangamani tatha haraveva gunapravaham. After, this is the Maitreya Maharshi is saying to Vidura, while talking about the story of Prachedas. Prachedas story is discussed in the Bhagavatam. Mentions there that Yathaiva Suryal Prabhavanti, 15th verse, 15. Yathaiva Suryal Prabhavanti Varaha Punascha Tasmin Pravishanti Kale Bhutani Bhumau Sthirajangamani Tatha Harameva Gunapravaha. Just like from the sun, the clouds are formed from the sun, by the sun, and through the rain we receive the water, and similarly it goes back and dissolves back into the reservoir again. Similarly, all the material bodies also, moving and non-moving, all these bodies have come from the earth and they go back to earth again. Similarly, all this Chetana, Achetana Prapancham, that means this creation which is conscious and not conscious, all of that comes from Krishna and goes back to Krishna. Here, you can see here that he mentions there that this separation what we have spoken about. As long as we think Krishna is somewhere else, we are here separated from Krishna. There is always separation. Therefore, in the Bhagavatam, Shuka Brahmashi says here, Maitreya Maharshi also says to Vidura, in the next verse you will see, Edat padam jagadalmanam sagruddhibhagam yasavido yadha prabhaham yadha savo jagrati sukta shaktayo dravya kriya jnanavida abhramadhyayaham. He says, Edal padam, this creation itself is Krishna's body. Separated from the sun rays cannot exist. They can only exist with the sun. And in the vacant state, the senses comes into action. In the vacant state, in the dream state, the mind is more active, and in the deep sleep state, all of them disappears. Is it not? In the vacant state, the body and the senses are active, and mind is active. But in the dream state, the mind is more active. Whereas if you go into deep sleep, they all get dissolved. So that's why it mentions here, Yadha savo jagrati sukta shaktayo dravya kriya jnanavida abhramadhyayam. So, Krishna, Sagrat Vibhadam Savidur Yatha Prabha, Sagrat Vibhadam Savidur Yatha Prabha. Just like once sun has risen in the morning, then if the sun doesn't set anymore, there is no more sunset, that state. Sagrat Vibhadam Savidur Yatha Prabha means, similarly, once experience of Krishna comes from inside, once that experience comes, it never sets again. It remains there forever. So it will never leave completely after that. Once that realization happens inside. That is why Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita is talking to us, realize him there, inside, as Antaryami. Realize Krishna is Antaryami inside for this reason. As long as we are thinking, Krishna is somewhere in Golokam, I am sitting here, this separation will never go from inside. And therefore, Krishna present inside everyone as Antaryami has to be taken very, very seriously. That is why this Antaryami Upasana in the Upanishads, and also here you can see Maitreya Maharshi saying to Vidura, Sagrat Vibhagam Savidur Yatha Prabha. You can Sagrat Vibhagam Savidur Yatha Prabha. Inside present as the sun, the soul, Antaryami. He is present there, and from him he radiates the knowledge. He is knowledge there, isn't it? The knowledge is present inside. So he is radiating that knowledge, and that is where one has to realize Krishna within himself, oneself. That is why it is called self-realization. Alpa-jnanam, Alpa-tattva, Alpa-sakshatkar, different words they use, but it's one and the same thing. So realizing Krishna present inside the heart as the soul. So, Sagat-vibhadam savitur yatha prabha, Krishna mentions there. Sorry, Maitreya mentions there. So, we saw last Sunday that the controlling about the senses, we were talking about it. So, controlling the tongue means using the tongue for the right purpose, to speak about Krishna. Otherwise, it will turn into gossip. And we also see when the Nalakuveda and Manikriva, when they were talking about, finally they had only one thing to say, Vani Gunani Kathaye Shavano Hayam. That if ever we have to speak something, let that be about Krishna, about the truth, about Krishna. So, as long as we talk in that way, we can escape from the problems. Talking about Krishna through the words, and in that case, the best thing is to do, in order to use the tongue, is to chant the holy name. If you can't do anything else. That at least if the tongue is used for chanting Hare Krishna, then that is the best solution to all the problems. So, how to control? The tongue wants to talk. It is very difficult sometimes to control the tongue. In such a situation, Shastra, Bhagavad Gita also says that its best thing is to chant the holy name. So, Bruhu Mukundedi, Rasane Bruhu Mukundedi. Sadashiva Brahmendra says, always chant the holy names of Krishna. Bruhi Mukundedi. And Rasane means tongue, Bruhi Mukundedi, always know. And Mohi Mukundedi. And also, chant that holy name, not only that, Keshava Madhava Govindedi, Krishna Ananda Sadanandedi, Bruhu Mukundedi. A very famous song by Sadashiva Brahmendra says there, Keshava Madhava Govindedi. Any of the names of Krishna's name, if they are chanted, that is the best way to engage the tongue. So we have to use the tongue in the right way. That is the main message from there. So there are many instances, we were discussing that words in the Bhagavad Gita, that we were talking about the jnanis, isn't it? How their life is in this world, what their state of consciousness. That's what we are talking about, isn't it? We see that therefore many of them, they were not conscious of their own body. Sharira Prajna. Sharira Prajna means of their own awareness of their own body did not exist in them. Most of the time they moved around in this world without being conscious of their own body, existence of their own body. We have seen that in many instances, like we mentioned before. And that state, they are known as Atyashrami. Atyashrami means one who has gone beyond Varnashrama. Varnam and Ashram does not bother them anymore, because Varnashram is all relationship with the body. Therefore, because they have crossed beyond the body, they are called Atyashrami. There were many personalities like that. Avadhuta Atyashramis are like that. And seeing them in that state, Acharya has already mentioned about that in one stage about them in a different way. He mentions there that seeing their state of that realization, one must get envy. One must feel envy of seeing that state, that one can come to that state while living within this world, having a body but not identifying with the body. What Krishna says in the Bhagavatam, isn't it? Dehastobina dehasta vidwan swapnani yathoktida adehastobini dehasta kumati swapnatra yatha. Krishna says to Uddhava that thing. It is the same thing that they have reached that state. Body is not anymore an issue for them. Body is not anymore an issue for them. Therefore, once they have reached that state, that is what is spoken here. That their state of awareness, not anymore in relationship with the body. So, seeing that, there were so many things Acharyas have written about their state of realization. They mentions there that is the state one should be feeling envious about, that they have. Vedanta vakeshu sadananda bhikshanya matrena jatushtimanda vishogavanda karunegavanda kaupinavanda khalu bhagyavanda. That is it. Vedanta vakeshu sadananda, always stated in that state of consciousness, aham brahmasmi. In that pure state of consciousness, aham brahmasmi. And then bhikshanya matrena jatushtimanda. Even though they have reached that state, this body sometimes, because completely till you leave this body, totally till you leave this body will still give some traces of demands. Some demands will still come from the body. But that will not in any way pull you down back to material life again, material existence. That is the most important thing to remember. That even though while within the body they are liberated, still so long as the body is holding on to that jiva, still till complete separation happens from the body's demands will have to be met. Therefore, food is necessary. Therefore, those personalities, Vedanta Vakyeshu Sadharananda, they are also therefore, although they are situated in that Aham Brahmasmi state, Vedanta Vakyam, still, Bhikshana Matrena Tushti Mandra. For the sake of food, they may have to take Bhiksha. They may have to beg. That is not, because of this reason only, that everyone is entitled for food in this world. You cannot tell anyone that because you are not doing anything, you cannot have food. That's a wrong argument. Bhikshana Matrena Tushti Mandra. As long as you have got a material body, Krishna's point is he is entitled for food. He may not get a feast, but he has the right to exist, take food in this world. He has to be given food. That is the principle. Bhikshanya Matrena Tushti Mandra. Vishogavanda Karunegavanda. He has no more hankering and lamentation anymore. That's all gone. Out of the 6 waves, what they call as Shadurmi. Shadurmi means as long as we are in the material body, there are 6 different waves which is bothering us all the time, isn't it? First one is eating and hunger and thirst, 1, 2. And then happiness and distress. And then hankering and lamentation. So those things are very difficult. Hankering and lamentation and happiness and distress are dvandva, duality that is. So till duality goes away, they won't go. But once the dualities have gone, because in that realized state it will be like that. There won't be any dualities anymore inside. Hankering, lamentation goes. Knowing very well the whole creation is nothing but Krishna. That understanding. So, Kauvina Vandakhalu Bhagyavanda. That person, what does he wear? He just wears a Kauvinam. It's just a Kauvi, just a small cloth cover only his private parts. That's all he has. The cloth what he is demanding from this world. This is the realized state of a self-realized soul. Personality will be like that. Sometimes they may use the upper cloth, but even that may not be necessary for them according to their degree of renunciation inside and detachment from not only renunciation, the self-realization inside. Vedanta Vakeshu Sadarananda Vikshanyamakrena tushtimandha Vishoganda Karinayigavanda Kaubinavanda Kalbhagyavanda. This is the description of that personality there. So, Ajahn Swami says they are very, very fortunate who have reached that state. And it is in that connection from there that this verse, 22nd verse has come. You can see there, 22nd verse. Yatyarchapada virajita kantha punya punya vivarjita kantha yogi yogam yojaya chitta ramade balon matavadeva. 22nd. Yatyarchapada virajita kantha punya punya vivarjita kantha yogi yogam yojaya chitta ramade balon matavadeva. So, you will see a very close connection here between Acharya Swamiji and Shuka Brahmarshi. If you take Srimad Bhagavatam and look there, this Ratyacharpada Virajita Kantha means clothes that's collected from the road. If any clothes are lying on the street, that's taken to cover oneself. And Punya Punya Vivarjita Kantha, he is not anymore under the control of the pious activity or sinful activity. That does not is not have any relationship with him anymore. Pious activities and sinful activities. These things are only, we talk about it all the time, isn't it? Oh, it's sinful, he's very pious, he's very sinful. We frighten everybody with sinful activities and pious activities. But for self-realized personalities, there is no pious activity, there is no sinful activity. Punya punya vivarjita pantha, that is what his state is. Rathya charpada virajita kantha. Clothes are taken from the street if anything is lying there. It does not matter if it's not there. Punya punya vivarjita pantha. Yogi yoga niyojaya chittaha. Because he is in the yoga state, therefore, that he is completely fixed on the truth. Therefore, that yogi is not anymore disturbed by anything in this world. What else? Ramade balam unmattava deva. Just like a small child is playing on the street, he plays in this world. That is the yogi state of existence. This is what you will see in the case of many of those great personalities in the Bhagavatam, like Shiva Brahmarshi, like Jadabhaga, like Rishabhadeva, and like Dattatreya and others. Sometimes you see them always in this state of renunciation. If you look into Srimad Bhagavatam, in the second canto, in the second chapter, the same thing, who says? Shuka Brahmarshi says there. Shuka Brahmarshi says there that if you look into the second chapter, verse 5, Chirani kim padina sandhi vishanti viksham naivam kripa parabrata saridopashishyan Ruddha guha kimachido vayovasanan kasmal bhajanti kavayo dhanadho madhandhan. That's a very important verse in the Bhagavatam. Chirani kim padina sandhi vishanti viksham. He says, Shuka Brahmarshi says to Parikshit that why do you have to go and run after these rich people to maintain this body in this world? That's his question. He's saying to them, Chirani kim padina sandhi vishanti viksham naivan kriva parabhuta saridova shushyan ruddha guha kimachido vadinovasannan kasmad bhajanti bhavayo dhana dhoma dham. Very heavy words he is using. He is saying here that is there no clothes lying on the street anymore? Do you have to go and beg for this from others? Somebody must have thrown it away in the street. Can you not go and get it? He says. Shuka Brahmarshi is saying this to Parikshit, that do you have to worry about these things in this world, about clothes, about shelter, about food? He says, is there no any more clothes lying on the street? Chiranagim padinasanti dishanti viksham naivam priva parivrata saridopya shishyan. Are there not trees anymore giving fruits? Is it not possible to get the fruits from the trees anymore? Ruddha guha kimachido vadinovasannan. Is there no any more caves where you can go and sleep and take shelter in there? And he also mentions there that Krishna, will the Krishna not protect those who have taken his shelter? This is how Shukra Brahmashi introduces to Parikshit Srimad Bhagavatam. He says, Chiranikim Padina Sandhi Dishanti Vriksham Naivangriva Parabrada Sariloke Shushan Irudha Guha Kimachito Avadi Nopasanam Kasma. Therefore, Bhajandi Kamayo Dhanadhomatana. Therefore, why should you go after these rich people? Not all rich people, is talking about Dhanadhomatana, who is feeling proud about their wealth. Who is feeling proud about their wealth. Dhanadhomatana, he says. Why do you have to chase them for anything in this world? Is it not possible to live here? Is the fruits, trees are not giving the fruits? Or the caves are not there to go and rest? Are there not any clothes lying on the street to wear? This is the state of renunciation. If this renunciation is not there, as far as Shukra Brahmashi is concerned, Srimad Bhagavatam will not go inside. This is the degree of renunciation expected, because we mentioned before also, Vairagyam makes that jnanam firm. Otherwise knowledge will not become firm. It will always become in a theoretical level. It will stay in the brain, it will not sink into the heart. So therefore that is the reason Vairagyam is spoken. Bhakti Jnana Vairagyam is Srimad Bhagavatam. Without Vairagyam, if somebody is trying to say to us that it is possible to develop self-realization and knowledge, that is not possible to accept that. It's not possible to accept that. Vairagyam is a key factor. Therefore it is spoken that way. That is why very introduction of Bhagavatam itself, Shukra Brahmashi says to Parikshit in that way. That is it not there? Is there any reason that one has to struggle for all these things in this world? He mentions like that. So you can see there, Ratyacharpada Vigajita Pantha, in that verse, that whether you get the best clothes or you don't get any clothes, whatever that has come, there were many people in this level, in this state, they lived in this world. In their full state, realization state, they lived in this world in that way. Therefore, sometimes very interesting stories also about them. For ordinary people, very difficult to understand this, how they have maintained their body in this world. Body just carries on in this world under Krishna's control. Krishna takes control of that body. It's not anymore his body. They have come out of that body. We mentioned this before also, Sheshadri Swamiji's story, who lived in Tirunamala at one time, same time as Ramana Maharishi and others, that he was a personality like that, who had no connection with the body but wandered around in this world in that way. When somebody gave him some clothes, he would completely tear that into pieces. Or he will dip it into some dirt or dirty water and wear it. But it does not disturb him anymore. For us all these things are important. The clothes should be very clean, it should be ironed properly, and if not our dignity, it is bad for our status or whatever that is, isn't it? Or it is because we have to impress others, isn't it? That's the most important thing in this world, impressing others. That's the whole business from beginning to end, impressing others. So in that mode, if we live in this world, therefore when you look at the personalities like them, in the self-realization state, this is the dirt what we have to get out from inside. The dirt is not in the cloth, dirt is inside the heart. So cleaning up there is the most difficult thing. What? Other one you can put in the washing machine, you will wash it. But this inside thing, cleaning, is the most difficult thing. Sheshadri Swamiji, in many instances, they gave him so many things, but never will follow any of the rules of the society. Deliberately, he will not follow any rules in the society. The plague came there. A lot of people died due to plague. And a lot of people die due to plague, and normally when the plague comes, everyone gets frightened, isn't it? Because if you get it, you're finished with that. So people run away from that. What he used to do, he used to collect all the dead bodies in a bullock cart and take in the bullock cart to the cemetery to bury all the bodies. That's what his service was. When so many people died due to plague, he says. So very seriously he used to do that. Why? Because there is no identification with the body anymore. So, Ratya, that is what that verse, Ratya Charpada Virajita Kantha. That verse is talking about that. Verse 22. Ratya Charpada Virajita Kantha, Punya Punya Vivarjita Kantha. Ratya Charpada Virajita Kantha, Punya Punya Vivarjita Kantha. So many cases you can see that once he was going around and there was in somewhere a big musical concert was going on, a classical music concert. Seshadri Swami could sing as well. So what he did was, he went and sat on the stage when the concert was going on with everybody else. He sat there. Didn't look at anyone. As soon as the person who was singing stopped, he started singing. He started singing. Everybody enjoyed that. Nobody said anything. He started singing because therefore he is not controlled by it. Nobody objected to that when he started because they knew him, what type of person he was. So he went and sat there for a while. As soon as the person stopped singing, he started singing from there. And same thing that someone I mentioned this before also. He came, someone from travel by train from Chennai to Tiruvannamalai to see him. When he was standing at the railway station, wearing a very dirty cloth, and he was standing there. So the person who arrived, he has a luggage. He had come to see this person, but he didn't know who it was. So he came out of the compartment and he asked him, is there any porters here who could carry the luggage? He says, don't worry, I'll carry the luggage instead. And he took the luggage and took him to some lodge or somewhere where he was going to stay, left him there, and this person gave him a very small amount of money. Seshadri Swami asked him for more and he wouldn't give it. He treated him in that way and left him out. So later on, he was inquiring about Seshadri Swamiji everywhere in the temple, but he couldn't find him. Everybody told him where he is normally. Every time when he goes to find him, he has just left the place. That's what they were saying to him. So many drama. One another instance, he went on to a stage and drama was being performed. Somebody was performing a drama there, and he also started acting in the drama. He could take a role straight away in that. These are all symptoms of those people that they have gone beyond this body. Body is not anymore an issue. That body is this, that body, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita also, that body has its own use. Once the use is finished, then they are not concerned about that body's use in this world. It can be done for anything. Whatever Krishna prompts from within, they'll go and do that. There's nothing else that can come in that state. Once it so happened that Seshadri Swamiji was wandering around and he walked into a house, so they knew that it was Seshadri Swamiji who had come, and they asked him, how do we do meditation? The lady in the house asked him. He said, you give me some food first, he said. So they gave him whatever food was cooked, they offered him, he ate all that. Then they asked him, how do we do meditation? Seshadri Swami sat there in the Padmasana lotus position and sat there for 5 hours like that. And then got up and said, like this, he said. So what do we say about that? He said, this is how you do meditation. He sat there 5 hours, he sat there. And the lady thought I should have never asked this question. After that, it took 5 hours to come out from that state of meditation for him. So they don't talk, they just do and show it to you, how it is done. And when you see that, we want every verbal explanation, isn't it? They never believed in that verbal explanation of that. So practical instruction never works. So spirituality, that is what is more practical, most practical. When somebody does it practical, it is better. So practical instruction, that's what he has given here. So when she saw that, she understood what meditation means. And you can read about meditation hundreds of books. But if you see a person in meditation properly, then you will know what meditation means. So in all these things is like their lila. The realized souls, lila, that is. In what their body does after that realization is very difficult to say how they will function in this world. Punya punya vivarjita pantha, it says there, isn't it? Punya punya vivarjita pantha. So once it so happened that in Tiruvannamalai, when this plague happened, probably 1925, something like that. that some people said that some realized soul's stool, if you can bring, that may help the people from saving them from the plague. There was somebody started like that. So they were thinking of asking Ramana Maharshi, but Ramana Maharshi won't agree with such thing. So they thought probably the next person is to ask Seshadri. So they went up. Seshadri knew this before. As soon as they came, Jnanis can read through your inside, through the heart, what is going on there. So directly to ask a person is difficult. So what they did was, they waited, two people waited for the next day morning when he was going to toilet to watch him, where he was going for the toilet. So they went chasing him without this knowledge, but he knew that they were after him for that. So he sat there for the toilet and he did a musical concert there, sitting there in the toilet. So they couldn't do anything. Then he got up and went and sat somewhere else and did another concert there. Like this, about 8 or 10 times he moved from one place to another, but never had a toilet, never went to a toilet, and therefore they had to go back without any, completely disappointed. They couldn't get anything from him. So, everywhere, wherever he sat, he was singing a kirtanam. So, sometimes you can see their activities. All these things looks for us somewhat abnormal, isn't it? It's not normal. We have our own social rules and social etiquette. They are not following all of that. One day he walked into a cloth shop, and in the cloth shop, the cloth merchant, he asked him for a very expensive sari from the shop. So the cloth business, the person had given a lot of credit to different people, and he was already in a broken stage. Business was breaking up. But when he asked for this expensive sari, he couldn't do anything. He just took it and gave it to him. As soon as he gave it to him, Seshadri ripped it into pieces and threw it back at him and said, "You keep it." The shopkeeper immediately paid his obeisances to him, and somehow or the other pacified him, and Seshadri left. That evening, a lot of money, what he was not getting from the to whom he has given credit, it has all come back to him. The shopkeeper talks about that later, his experience in this way. This experience what he had. So this is the way they are, like that. Yatya Champada Virajita Kantha. That once in Tiruvannamalai there was no rain. There was no rain at all. And it is a very hot place. Quite often you will see in the summertime, if you look at the temperature, 45 is, for quite a few weeks it can stay in 45 degrees. So there was no rain and it was extremely hot, especially in the hill, Tiruvannamalai hills also very, very hot. So he used to wander around in the street as though like the moonshine, enjoying everything. No slip shoes, nothing like that. Never affected by the body. So the farmers in the area, they came up to him and told him that it is become very difficult. Our crops are failing and nothing is going to grow this year. We'll all be in trouble. He sat there for a couple of hours in meditation. Immediately, the whole sky became cloudy and there was a heavy rain for a few hours. Non-stop rain for a few hours. So these are all stories not happened very long ago. About 70, 80 years ago, these incidents have happened. Simultaneously, when Seshadri Swamiji was living at the same time in Benares, there was Trilinga Swami also remained. These two personalities, they were well known at the same time. Trilinga Swami in Benares and Seshadri Swami in Tiruvannamalai. Prabhupada mentions about Trilinga Swami. Trilinga Swami was arrested by the police at one time. They locked him up inside the room, and when they locked the room and came out, he was standing outside. So these siddhi, yoga siddhis are there in them. So there are many people who have seen them, their activities. Punya punya vivarjita pantha, that is what that means. Punya punya vivarjita pantha means they are not controlled anymore by pious activities and sinful activities. All this has no bearing on them anymore. So, and they will not surrender to any of the rules of this world, what we have created here. And you cannot instruct them that do like this, or you cannot tell them, deny anything to them. That is the state. You cannot instruct them do like this, they won't listen. And if they ask something and you cannot deny them either, because then you are inviting trouble. Either way. Punya Punya Vivarjita Pantha. Because that body is functioning completely under Krishna's control. It's not in our control anymore. So, once it so happened, he walked into your house and they had kept this phenol which is used for washing the floor, a chemical like thing. A bottle was there. He took the whole thing and drank it. And everybody thought that he was finished with that, but nothing happened. Now, these things are, we may think that these are all yoga siddhi. It is not yoga siddhi. These are not yoga siddhi. When Krishna says there that whether in the bhakti process or in the jnana process, you can expect that if Krishna has decided something, only then the body will drop. Till that time, body will stay. Body is not meant to go. Because identification with the body has gone for those people. Identification with the body. After that, till Krishna decides the body should drop, it's not going to drop. It will stay. It is an amazing thing. These things are, people are thinking that these are yoga siddhis or something like that. It is not yoga siddhi. Due to self-realization, this happens in the body. These things are happening. No rule you can apply to that body. Remember yesterday we were discussing this, the way Maya functions. When Maya controls things, we will be surprised about Maya's ways of doing things. This is the only reason that in the Vedam they do not talk about creation. Because it has no meaning talking about it. Maya can change the whole creation any moment. So what are we talking about? What do we talk about creation? So for this reason, in the same way, one who has perfected in the Jnana Margam or Bhakti Margam, after the full perfection in them, whatever they do, that body, whatever it does, it is not under their control, it is in Krishna's control directly. So that body is not subjected to the rules of this world. We are bound by the rules of chemistry, and chemicals can damage our body, we get frightened about it. But those who have gone beyond the body, these things don't apply in their case. That is the important point to remember here. So, the same experience which Sadashiva Brahmendra also mentioned before, that yogi yogam yojaya chittaha. He mentions there, isn't it? The third line. You see, punya punya vivarjita pantha. What does that mean? Punyam and pavam. That rules don't apply to them anymore. A yogi in that state, whether through jnana or bhakti, if you have reached that state, the rules of this world, punya, for us there is punyam pavam, pious activity, sinful activity. Vivarjita pantha. Vivarjita pantha means they are out of that track. We are all in that track. Punya punya vivarjita pantha. They are not in that track anymore. Punyam and pavam has no bearing on their life anymore. That has no bearing on their life anymore. They are gone beyond than that. Similarly, mentions there, yogi yoga niyojaya chittaha. Yogi yoga niyojaya chittaha. That Sadashiva Brahmendra's life is centered around that. Yogi yoga niyojaya chittaha. He has written a famous book known as Atma Vidya Vilasam. One of the most interesting book about self-realization. Atma Vidya Vilasam. Chandrasekhara Bharati Sringeri, he was very fond of that book. He used to talk from that book for hours and hours. Atma Vidya Vilasam. One of the famous books. Like Prabhupada also mentions in one of the purports somewhere in Bhagavad Gita or Bhagavatam, he mentions about this, it is the Chaitanya Charitamrita, he mentions Sadananda Yogendra. He wrote another book on the Vedanta, which was very famous in Bengal at that time. Sadananda Yogendra. But Sadashiva Brahmendra wrote similarly. These are all realized personalities talking, which makes a difference. Not our people writing books all the time and printing and publishing it without any understanding what they are writing about. But true realization, when they write, it makes a big difference. It's not preaching or propaganda. They are in that state. That's what is coming out from them. So he wrote this Atma Vidya Vilasam with Atma Vidya Vilasam, that when that Atmavidya has matured, fully perfected inside, and the realization is perfect inside, how that affects the world. That's what he mentions there. Seeing the whole creation as Krishna's presence there, Brahman, as present in everything, and Bhagavad Swarupam, and wandering in this world without any identification with the body. Sharira Prajna. Sharira Prajna means identification with the body. Sometimes he will talk, sometimes he won't speak. That is what he was. He was also in the Tarka Shastram, he was an expert. He has studied the book so much and he has become a Tarkiyan, they call him. Pandita or Shastram also. So, and he used to argue with people and win the debates. That was his nature. It was the nature in him. So, his spiritual master, I mentioned the story before, I think, was Paramashivendra Saraswati, who was his spiritual master. When he was in Mysore, the king of Mysore invited Sadashiva Brahmendra as a scholar in his court. So he used to sit there, and the king used to enjoy this. What was that? King used to invite scholars from everywhere to come. And then they have to debate with Sadashiva Brahmendra. Sadashiva Brahmendra will beat everybody in arguments. Tarkam has its own rules, it's a whole science behind it. But one has to be very knowledgeable and very intellectual to get involved in that. So Sadashiva Brahmendra was doing this and used to defeat everyone in the arguments, in the Tarkam. So one of his god brothers, you can say, he gone back to his spiritual master, Paramashivendra Saraswati, and told him, this Sadashiva is doing this. This is what he is doing there. And the spiritual master was not happy about it. He called him back to his ashramam, to his home, and told Sadashiva, when are you going to shut your mouth? He said. Because for them, these debates and arguments and all is not important. Having got an opportunity to realize the self, if it is not utilized before the time runs out, you have lost another opportunity. You don't know when you will get this chance again to realize the truth, isn't it? So Paramashivendra Saraswati told Sadashiva Brahmendra to stop this business of going into the assembly of the great scholars and arguing there and winning the arguments and things like that. From that day onwards, he stopped everything and he became an avadhuta. He wandered around in this world without any care for the body. Without any care for the body. Once he was walking through one of the streets in one town, he saw that a lot of people were talking there and gossiping. And when he turned around, he went to the other street. There some spiritual discourse was going on. So after he finished walking through both the streets, he says, in one street, the gossip of this world is going on. In the other street, he says, the gossip of the other world is going on. He says, for him, both are gossip as far as he is concerned. He says, talking about that, that is how they see things like that. So, both are useless, he says, because unless, Sadashiva Brahmendra says, unless they develop bhakti, what is the use of all these things? So once they realize the self, they are Brahmajnanis, isn't it? Brahmajnani. So, and after that self-realization, their life in this world is only for Paramatma Darshana. That they will wander in this world seeing that all this creation has come from Krishna. Krishna's presence in this world is completely experienced by them every moment in their existence. And therefore, every word they used at that time, they will only utilize for glorifying this creation as Krishna's manifestation. Only in that way they can see this world from then onwards. They won't talk about things in this world separated from Krishna. Everything is Krishna's manifestation in this world. That's purely due to the realization inside, not coming from the mind or the brain. It is due to the change, that self-realization that has brought that thing. Pandita Samadarshina, isn't it? Bhagavad Gita says, that Samadarshitvam, that equal vision in this world, seeing everything, once the realization has come inside, the next thing that will happen is everything in the creation is Krishna then, after that. Vidyavane Sammane Brahmane Gavihastini Shri Chaiva Shavakeja Pandita Samadarshina. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. So how does that happen? But prior to this Shri Chaiva Shavakeja Pandita Samadarshina, one has to realize the self inside, Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi. Once that Aham Brahmasmi comes, the next stage is Tatvamasi. That everything is that. There is no difference from that. So, therefore, the purification of the words, what is spoken, that is a big austerity. What should be? It is a great austerity. Vachikam, tapasa. Tapasa means austerity. Vachikam means relationship with the words. Then austerity for the mouth or the words, austerity for the body, austerity for the mind. Three kinds of austerities. Krishna talks about that in the Bhagavad Gita. If you look, you will see there. In the 17th chapter, Krishna talks about three kinds of austerities there. Is it not? Those three austerities, 17, 14. Deva Dijaguru Prajna Pujanam Shauchamokshavam Brahmacharyam Ahimsa Shariram Tapamuchyate. That is the austerity for the body. Deva Dijaguru Prajna Pujanam Shaucham Arjavam Brahmacharyam Ahimsa Shariram Tapamuchyate. Krishna says there. The austerity of the body consists in this. Worship of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmanas, the spiritual master, and superiors like the father and mother, cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence are also austerities of the body. Austerities of the body. So, here it mentions that Deva Diju Guru Prajna Pujanam Shaucham Arjavam. Respecting elders and always worship of Krishna. Worship of Krishna. Deva Dija Guru Prajna Pujanam Shaucham Arjavam. Then cleanliness, always in a clean state. And unnecessarily not to touch others. Unnecessarily not to touch others. And whatever actions are performed, it's all straightforward. Straightforward dealings in this world. And not to engage in karma which create disturbances, which creates ragadvesham inside. All of that is mentioned there. Deva Dija Guru Pratnyam Pujanam Shaucham Arjavam Brahmacharyam Ahimsaja Shariram Tapam Uchyate. These are all austerities of the body. Brahmacharya, celibacy, and not being violent towards anyone. All these are austerities for the body, Krishna says. And then, if you look into the next verse, austerities of the mind, Anudvegakaram Vakyam Satya Priyajitam Chayal Swadhyaya Abhyasanam Chaiva Vamayam Tava Uchyate. Anudvegakaram Vakyam Satyam Priyajitam Chayal Swadhyaya Abhyasanam Chaiva Vamayam Tava Uchyate. Anudvegakaram Vakyam Satyam Priyajitam Chayal Swadhyayam Abhyasanam Chaiva Vamayam Tapam Uchyate. Austerity of speech consists of speaking truthfully and beneficially and in avoiding speech that offends. One should also recite the Vedas regularly. These are of course the direct translation of the verses. So, these are all the penances of speech. Penances of speech. So, while speaking Anudvegakaram Vakyam, Krishna says that to speak without causing a disturbance in someone's mind. Suppose somebody is doing a lot of wrong things, which you know it is wrong, he also knows it is wrong. Does not mean that you cannot tell him that. That's not what it means. Anudvegakaram Vakyam Satyam Priyahitam Chayat. Satyam Priyahitam Chayat. In one person, suppose there is a lot of desires or anger, and if we speak in the same way, it creates udvegam. Udvegam means these waves inside, disturbances inside. So we have to know this very well, because suppose we speak something to somebody, if it is creating anger in him, or desires in him, or hate in him, that is all udvegam. That's all udvegam. Krishna is saying there, anudvegakaram vakyam. All words what we speak should not create udvegam in someone's mind. We can speak the truth, but it should be spoken in such a way that it does not create anger, it does not create any hate, it does not, which is very, very difficult. We know certain things are wrong, but you can't say these things to them. Because when you say, the reaction is that they become more revengeful, or hate, or aversion, things develop in their heart. That should not happen, that's what Krishna is saying there. So, therefore, it is important that by saying this, they should not get too disturbed also. It does not mean that they are cheating others and they are lying others, and it does not mean that you have to watch all these things and keep quiet about it. That's not what this Krishna is saying there. That udvegam, the word means that when you are presenting the things to them, that kamam, krodham, lobham, moham, madam, asayam, the 6 kinds of emotions that comes inside, which it should not create in such a way the truth should be spoken. Truth should be spoken in such a way that it does not create any of these emotions inside him. Only in that case, truth should be spoken, and what you have experienced alone you should speak. Sometimes it is like people may gossip something about somebody, or say something which may not be true. Hearing that, we should not repeat that, but if you have experienced that it is the truth, that what this goes on, then there is no harm in talking about it. But Krishna is saying, be careful not to create any udvegam. Udvegam means any of those emotions in someone. So, actually, if you talk about truth, truth means only paramathyam, isn't it? Paramathyam means absolute truth. Absolute truth is the only truth. In other words, Brahman is the only truth. That's the only truth in this world. Brahma Satyam, isn't it? So, negative impressions should not be created in a person. In such a way, it has to be spoken. And priyam means that creates not hate or aversion in a person in such a way, or the words what we speak, it should create bhakti in the heart of that person. In the heart of that person. And what is beneficial to everyone. Swadhyayam. Swadhyayam means studying Shastram, reading the Shastram, spiritual literature, and doing it oneself. That is called Swadhyayam. And austerity means tapasya. Tapasya means from one's himself within, all our weaknesses and other movements of the mind, and removing them from inside and from our nature, that is called tapasya. One has to understand this properly. Tapasya means to remove due to our swabhava. Swabhava means prakriti. All of us have certain weaknesses in us, isn't it? Different kinds of weaknesses. So, if you remove those weaknesses from within and from your swabhava, then Krishna says that is an austerity. In the Bhagavatam, Krishna says to Uddhava, Swabhava Vijayam Shauryam Satyanja Samadarshana. See, completely different. Shaurya means what? Heroism. Heroism is the English word. When you translate the word Shauryam, it's heroism. Heroism is, normally when we say somebody is a heroic, suppose he has fought the battle very heroically, or he has done some great adventure in this world, we'll say he's very courageous or heroic, we'll say. Krishna says, no. A person is a hero if he has managed to remove the weaknesses of his nature in him. Swabhava. If he has got control over his Swabhava, Swabhava Vijayam, Krishna says he is heroic. Swabhava Vijayam Shauryam. And somebody is truthful, Satyam cha Samadarshanam, Krishna says. Satyam is not, you are not a truthful person just because you are saying the things, whatever you have seen is the truth. No. Samadarshanam. Only when one he is equally situated to all other living entities, seeing Krishna's presence in every living entity, Krishna says that person is truthful, otherwise not. Satyamya Samadarshanam Swabhava Vijayam Shavyam. He mentions like that. So all of that is, Krishna calls them as the austerities of the body and the mind. So, and silence, such good and peacefulness inside, and friendly relationships with everybody, a peaceful situation with everyone. So in all three things, with the body, the words and the mind, if one maintains that, that is the three kinds of austerities Krishna talks about in the Bhagavad Gita. So, because why it is called austerities, the reason for that is that Krishna has given all of us a limited power of desire. Ichha Shakti is called. There are three powers Krishna has given to all of us. Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti. Knowledge, power of action and power of desire. Three things. Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, Suruvini. Referring to Maya, it mentions like that. So this Ichha Shakti is behind, or power of desire is behind your power of action and power of knowledge as well. How much knowledge one should have depends on your desire. How much action you are going to do depends on your desire inside. So that Ichha Shakti is limited. Krishna has given a limited Ichha Shakti. You can see that as we get older, Ichha Shakti goes away. When you are young, Ichha Shakti is very strong, isn't it? So that Ichha Shakti, which way to direct it, and which way to, how much energy you have to invest in that ability is Krishna's given to us all in a certain degree. So it mentions here that Ichha Shakti you have to utilize to make all these things practical. Which one? The austerities of the body, austerities of the words, and the austerities of the mind. All these three things, body, mind and the words, the performing austerities in all three levels, it has to be done through this power of desire, what Krishna has given all of us. So this has to be achieved through the power of Ichha Shakti, therefore it is called austerity, tapasya. The word tapasya comes from that. Hiranyakashipu went for performing austerities with the body, isn't it? Big. Ravana used to perform severe austerities. So all of them had very higher power of Ichha Shakti in them. We have very limited power, so according to our strength we have to do it. According to our strength. Some people have a lot of higher strength than others. Some people you can see, some devotees also, they have very strong Ichha Shakti in them. Therefore they will go every Ekadashi, they will fast rigidly. There are many devotees very rigidly they will fast the Ekadashi. Because Ichha Shakti is there behind me. So that austerities work for them. Some other devotees in another way. Different kinds of austerities people perform. Simple living, certain people are satisfied with not desiring with many things in this world. That is coming also from the Ichha Shakti. So, and all of them is meant to be done. That is why Krishna has spoken all these things in the Bhagavad Gita. Otherwise, unnecessarily, senses and the mind, everything, if it gets purified, idea is that to get the realization of the self eventually. So in order to do that, the words have to become purified first. That is why it mentions there purification of the words. Krishna mentions there. If the words are purified, the mind will get purified. If the mind will get purified, then inquiry of the soul becomes a lot easier. The knowledge of the self becomes very easier. Like the fruit in the hand, alma will manifest itself on its own. So all sadhana, all austerities, satsangam, everything, there is only one purpose behind it, to purify inside, to purify oneself. Sometimes people will say, why don't you chant the holy name? You are so old, why don't you start now chanting the holy name? They will answer something like, I am very pure, so I don't need to chant anything. That's what they will say. You don't need to chant anything. If you ask them, why don't you come for satsangam or hearing Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam, they will say, why should I go there? I am already pure inside, there is no need for me to hear Bhagavad Gita or Bhagavatam. But what we have to understand there is that if a person is pure inside, pure things will attract pure things. If a person is pure, he will have a natural desire for going into satsangam, going to hear Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam, Satsangam. All this will be an attraction for him. Because he is pure inside, to some degree, that is why there is some attraction in him. And if you have purity inside, you have attraction for pure things. So when the mind is pure to some degree, attraction for satsangam and hearing, reading Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and for spiritual inquiry, Alpa Vicharam, there will be taste for all that things, if it is pure inside. Sometimes people say that Alpa Vicharam is a little advanced thing. How to do this Alpa Vicharam? Every time people ask this question, isn't it? Because it requires that a certain purity inside. Process one can explain, but doing it is the most difficult. It is possible to explain the process. There is plenty of books explaining about the process of the self-inquiry, inquiry of the self. All Upanishads are doing the same thing. And there are other literature which has been written by the realized souls about their inquiry of the self. But you may read it and just leave it. You may not be able to do it. The reason being that the purity inside hasn't reached that degree, what is required. So, therefore, that if you think that they are pure inside, those who are thinking like that, naturally experience of the soul will come to them. Alpanubhavam, experience of the soul will come to them. If it is not happening, self-realization is not happening. Somebody is making a claim that I am very pure inside. I don't need Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam. I don't need to chant the holy name. If he says like that, and if he is really genuinely pure, he will be self-realized. Realization must be there inside. But if he's not happening that, if he says he is pure, it's only the pride inside. That's all it is. So that pride itself is the greatest impurity inside that heart, inside that person. So therefore, you will see in the Ajahn Swami mentions there, in the Vivekachudamani he puts it very nicely. He mentions that in the one verse is there, 181, he mentions that in relationship with this purity inside, he mentions there, Tanmana Shodhanam Kayam Prayatnena Mumukshuna Vishuddhe Sadi Chaidasmin Muktir Karabhalayate Tanmana Shodhanam Kayam Prayatnena Mumukshuna Vishuddhe Sadi Chaidasmin Mukti Karabhalayate. The seeker after liberation must carefully purify the mind. When this is purified, liberation is as easy of access as a fruit on the palm of one's hand. Tanmana Shodhanam Karyam Prayatnena Mumukshuna Vishuddhe Satchaidasmi Mukti Karabhalayate, he says. That is so accessible to oneself. So, how to purify the mind? That is the first question, isn't it? So, one person asked the Sheshadi Swami how to purify the mind. Swami told him that, please instruct me, he said. He go and asked him. So Swami told him, there is a very bitter fruit. He says, you eat that, you'll be alright, you'll get purified as that. That was his answer to him. So he could not understand. Yeah, realized people, they will never instruct you directly what you should do. This is not a course or seminar because From their point of view, realization has to come from inside himself, one person itself. Whereas we have got used to this idea that everything should be told, what we should do every moment, and then we will get there one day. This is our concept only. It's so deeply imbibed inside. In spiritual life, that's the only thing that will not work. We have to take the instructions, but understanding the instructions properly and spend enough time on the inquiry of the self. That is the most important thing. Once that's not done, then if we continuously engage all the time in reading or watching something or doing something else, this is not a good way of spiritual life. Spiritual life is that state of shanti inside. One is able to find sufficient time and able to reflect in the or inquiry about the self. So when he mentions like this, he meant that. He was not trying to put him down or anything. He told him, you eat that bitter fruit. I don't know what the English name for that. He says, you eat that, he said. So normally, in the villages there, people who are envious, they tell them, you eat that fruit. Then the envy will go away from the inside. There is a saying in that way. Referring to that, Seshadri Swamiji spoke in that way. So, in other words, he was telling him, inside you there is a lot of envy, because he could see that in the person. We may not know that, but they will know that what is inside our subtle body. So he says to him that Chitta Shuddhi will happen, that because there is so much impurities inside that go through the satsangam process. The idea is that from satsangam, what will happen is we will start seeing our own impurities inside. What impurities we have got, inside we start realizing. Because only if we know what the impurities inside we have, we can remove them, isn't it? Otherwise, how do we remove them? So, in the Yasha Prasnam, this is what was discussed between the Yudhishthira Maharaj and the Yaksha. This discussion has happened. So, if you look into the 23rd verse there, it mentions Kame Janani Kome Sata. Verse 23. Kastvam koham kuta ayata kame janani kome tata iti paribhavaya sarvam asaram vishwam tetva sapna vicharam. Kastvam koham kuta ayata kame janani kome tata iti paribhavaya sarvam asaram vishwam tetva sapna vicharam. Says, Kastvam, who are you? Ko ka ahamka, who am I? Kuta ayata, where have I come from? Kame janani, me janani ka, who is my mother? Me tada kaha, who is my father? Like this, iti paribhavaya sarvam asaram, vishwam tattva swapna vicharam. All this is swapna vicharam. My father, my mother, my brother, my sister, my wife, my children. All these are swapna vicharam. Acharya Swamiji calls it as swapna vicharam. Like that dream, in the daydream, we have accepted all these identities with all different personalities. So, he is asking there, ask this question, he says. Kastvam koham kuta ayavada kame janani kome tata. So, you can see here that, and therefore he says, Bhaja Govindam, to come to that knowledge, proper knowledge, Tattva Vicharam inside. Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti. If you analyze these three states very well, which means vacant state, dream state and the deep sleep. If these three states are analyzed, you can realize the self. Acharya Swamiji mentions that in the Upanishad's Bhashya. If these three states are analyzed very well inside, but we have to analyze them, then it is possible to realize the self. Buddher Jagaranam Swapnaha, he says. If you look in the 7th canto, Prabhupada says this. If you look in the 7th canto, 7th chapter. Verse 25. Buddher Jagaranam Swapnam Sushupti Nivrittaya Yatayani Vanubhuyande. So Adhyaksha Purusha Buddhair Jagaranam Swapnam Sushupti Nivrittaya, he says. Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti, all these three states are in the intelligence. It's not in the self. Prahlada is saying there. Prahlada is Narada Maharshi, and Prahlada is talking about this, that Narada Maharshi, when he was instructing Kayadu, Prahlada was inside, and Prahlada is now instructing the children of his friends, in other words, and he is saying to him that earlier, if you look in that chapter, in the verse 18 and verse 19, very important two verses, many of it is stories, but when they talk about the truth, you have to take it very seriously. When you study these chapters, that's the way to study Bhagavatam. If you keep on reading, many of them may not be completely related, to be related to story. That may not be that important. But when it comes, Prahlada is talking about the body and the soul, a realized person. That time you have to give all the attention to it, what he is saying. So, in the verse 18, in the verse 17, if you look, he says, my dear friends, he says, if you give attention to my words, how I have realized the truth, you can also, children like yourself, can also realize the same thing, he says. What does he say? Bhavadam abhibhuyanne yadi shraddhadave vajaha vaisharadi dhi shraddhada stri balanam chame yathaha. Whether you are children or whether you are women, it doesn't matter, he says. They can also realize the truth if you take my words seriously. Vaisharadi, he says. Vaisharadi means what? Sharada is another form of Sri Bhagavati, which is spiritual knowledge. So one who has got that, Vaisharadi. Vaisharadi Sadi Vishuddha Buddheya. Krishna mentions in the Ekadasha Skandam to Uddhava. So that Vaisharadi Buddhi, he says here, Vaisharadi Dhi means Vaisharadi Buddhi. Vaisharadi Buddhi. One who Bhavadama Vibhuyane Yadi Shraddhadare Vachaha. If you have Shraddha in what I am saying, Prahlada says to them, you can also have that Vaisharadi Buddhi or Shraddha. Vaisharadi Dhi Shraddhana Stri Balanam Chame Yatha. Women and children also can have it, he says. They can also have it. And then two important verses immediately after that he says, one about the body and one about the soul. What is that? He says, Janmadya Shadime Bhavo Drishtavate Hasya Almana Phalanam Yogakshasya Kale Ishwaramurtina. Kale Ishwaramurtina. Janmadya Shadime Bhava. Body has got these 6 kinds of changes happening into the body all the time. All the time. From that verse only, we come to understand that Prahlada is putting it in such a way that the changes that happens to the body, what are they? It takes the birth, it stays for some time, and then it starts growing, and then what will happen? From their body, other products come from the body, other people are born from that body, and then the body starts deterioration and eventually death. These 6 things, Shat Parinama Bhedam, it calls as far as the body is concerned. That is, he says here, Janmatya Shadime Bhava. We see this in the body. Dehasya na almana, only in the body. That realization. Simple things, but we don't take it seriously. That is the problem. Shraddha is not there. Why? Whole Shraddha has gone to the world in various other things. That is what happens. Krishna has given some Shraddha to everybody, but if he scattered that Shraddha in millions of things in this world, then when it is necessary, we won't have that Shraddha for the instructions what Prahlada has told. Prahlada is saying to us, Janmatya Shadime Bhava Drishta Dehasya Nalpana, not for the soul. Soul is not having any of those 6 changes. Then, Bhalanam vrukshasya kale Ishvara Murtina. So, at the same time, all the changes that is happening in the body. What are the changes in the body? Body goes through what all changes? Balyam, Kaumaram, Yovanam, Vardhakyam. Childhood, boyhood, youthhood, old age, death. Then it goes through all the other emotions in the mind, isn't it? It goes through Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti. These are all changes that's happening, coming and going all the time into the body, mind and intelligence. Bhalanam eva vrukshasya kale Ishvara Murtina. So, Bhalanam eva vrukshasya. Just like when the tree is there, the fruits are there, but similarly, when the soul is there, inside the body, all these changes are happening. Exactly, we have to look at our own body like a tree. You see, when you look at the tree, a mango tree or a coconut tree, whatever tree you look at, tree is standing there, fruits are coming out and goes away, comes out, goes away, but the tree is still standing there. So, similarly, in this tree also, when the soul is present there, Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti is coming and going, Balyam, Kaumaram, Yavanam, Vardhakyam coming and going, all kinds of emotions are coming and going, but the soul is unaffected by anything. That is the point he is making there. We have to come to terms with these concepts. We cannot see this body as a package all the time thinking I am this body, and we want to realize the self. That's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. If we have to realize the self, we have to separate ourselves from the body. We have to completely understand this body properly. Otherwise we will continuously identify with the body and thinking that keeping this body is spiritual happiness. Will come to that understanding. And then we will be looking for bodily happiness all the time, thinking that it's all spiritual. That is avidya. That is what Prahlada is saying here. So, first he defined the body, and in the very next verse, if you look, what does he say about the soul? Alma, Nityo, Avyayaha, Shuddhaha, Ekaha, Kshetrajna, Ashrayaha, Avikriyaha, Sudra, Khedo, Vyavaho, Asanyam, Anamradaha. All of them are the qualities of the soul. The Chaitanyam, living force, awareness, Pratyabhijna, whichever way you call that thing inside, awareness inside is like that. What are they? Alma is permanent, eternal, Nityam. Avyayam, it doesn't any time gets, no deterioration happens there. Can any time, that is why when we study this Ahamasmi, Aham inside that Chaitanya, living force inside, you can notice that at no time you can say your awareness has come down about yourself, isn't it? Awareness is always 100% about our own existence, awareness. It's always 100%. At no time, everything else can diminish, but awareness never diminishes. So that's why Alma is Nityam, eternal, Avyayam. What else? Shuddham, always pure, untouched by anything. Ekam is one who is present in different bodies, but one. It is one. Kshetrajna, and he is the Kshetrajna. In every field, he is the Kshetrajna. Ashrayam, Avikriyam, Sugrathedu, Vyapakam, Asangam, Anavadam. All are descriptions of that. And Ashrayam, he is the only shelter. Wrongly we take shelter of the world, shelter of the body, shelter of the mind, shelter of the intelligence. But Prahlada is saying, if you have to take shelter anywhere, that's where you have to take the shelter, Antaryami, inside. That is the only shelter. Avikriyaha, he does not do any activity. No vikriya, no transactions, no vyavaharam. Alma doesn't do any vyavaharam. The mind and the body and others do the vyavaharam. So, avikriyaha and Sukhat Hedun Vyapakam Asangi. Sudrak Hedu means that by his very presence he knows everything what is happening. Awareness is so full in him. Due to his presence, if you remember that an old Brahmana asked Acharya Swamiji this question once, that he studied all the Shastram and he has tried to reflect and still he says to him, I am a very old person. I am very close to leaving this body. And so many years I have been studying, but I still haven't experienced the truth, he said. Acharya Swamiji asked him one question. He says to him, Then, how do you see the world? He said. He said, I see with the light from the sun. Well, what will happen at the night time then, when there is no sunshine? He says, I will see with the lights. For the lamp, what is burning in the house, I see the objects. He said. Fine. When you close the eyes, when you go to sleep, you are seeing. How do you see then? He said. He said, I still see with my eyes, but although eyes are closed, I am seeing them with my mind, he said. Fine. If you see them with the mind, how do you see them with the mind? Behind that, what is the power behind it? That's you, he said. That is what you are. So in this way, they have to explain that to them. When it came from the Acharya's mouth, as soon as he heard, he says to him, I got it now. Simple thing if you say, talk about it. Intellectually we all got it, but we didn't get the experience. That's the difference. Intellectually it's not very difficult to understand, isn't it? All these things can be, and a child may get it, we won't get it. That's the difference. So, when we can see something with the light, when the sun is not there, we can see with the eye with the help of a lamp or something. But when the lamp goes away, in the sleep also, in the dream state, we are seeing something. How are we seeing? That question started working inside. Immediately realized that it is coming from the soul. And the very nature of the soul is what? What is the nature of Swayam Prakasham? On its own, it illuminates things. In other words, that is why soul's another definition of the soul is knowledge, isn't it? You will see in the Bhagavatam, soul is addressed as knowledge. So why is it addressed as knowledge? Krishna keeps on talking about jnanam, jnanam, jnanam everywhere. Knowledge is the soul. You will see in the Bhagavatam many places. If you look into, when we talk about Jadabharata says to Raghugana, have a look at that verse, how you see how he puts it to Raghugana. He didn't say about any form, anything. What is that? Knowledge is the soul, is that. That awareness inside, that is that knowledge. It's not the knowledge what you have studied through the books or anything. That awareness inside. In the 5th canto, if you look, you will see there that is in the 12th chapter, 5th canto, 11th verse. Jnanam vishuddham paramarthamekam anandaram tu bahirbrahma satyam pratyek prashantam bhagavat chadashamyam yad vasudevam kavayo vadanti. It says, Jnanam vishuddham paramarthamekam anandaram tu bahirbrahma satyam pratyek prashantam bhagavat chadashamyam yad vasudevam kavayo vadanti. It says there, Jnanam vishuddham. Jnanam vishuddham paramartham ekam anandaram vyamagam to bahir brahmam satyam. He says that Brahman with his jnanam vishuddham, that is knowledge, that is vishuddham. It's pure and it has no inside outside, the knowledge, and it is all everywhere and it is andarmukham. Anandaram Tobahir Brahman Satyam Pratyak Prashantam. Pratyak Prashantam means that has to be realized inside. That knowledge is inside. It's not outside, it is inside. Pratyak Prashantam Bhagavan Shabdam Satyam. And devotees call that as Bhagavan. Devotees call it as Bhagavan. Bhagavan Shabda Satyam. Yet Vasudevam Kavayo Vadanti. Devotees sometimes address him as Vasudeva. Address him as Vasudeva Kavayo Vadanti. Vasudeva Kavayo Vadanti. So here you can see in this 7th canto what we were looking at, Prahlada's instructions in that 7th chapter. Those 2 verses where Prahlada says to them, Prahlada says 7:7. Yeah, 7:7, 25. That's all. 18. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, 7, what we are looking at, 18. Yeah. Janmandya Shadimo Bhava talked about the body first. What's the nature of the body? Immediately after that, he talked about the soul. What is the soul means. And then he mentions a few things. And if you go further, you will see there in 25th verse. If you look, what does Prahlada say? These are important verses in that chapter. He says to him, Buddhair Jagaranam Swapnam Sushuptiriti Vrittayaha Ta Yenevanu Bhuyande So Adhyaksha Purushapara. He says, Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti, these three states are activities of the intelligence. Activities of the intelligence. And those three states you are experiencing due to what? Due to the presence of the soul and the Antaryami inside. Because of that you are experiencing that. Because of that you are experiencing it. And then that is the one which is separate from the body and he is the soul. Buddhair Jagaranam Swapna Sushupti Ridi Muttaya. What does Atma does when Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti comes to us? Inside who is present as Antaryami, he is a witness to everything. He is not involved in it. That is the most important thing. When vacant state, dream state and the deep sleep is coming through us all the time, present inside us as Antaryami, he is the witness of these three states coming and going. Jagrat, Swapnam, Sushupti, three states which are coming and going, Antaryami inside is a witness. That is what Prahlada is mentioning there. And you will see the same thing, Krishna repeating this in the 11th canto, in the 13th chapter, in the first verse itself. Sattvam Rajastamaiti 11:31. What is the same thing, what Prahlada is saying there. So we have to take these things very important because this is the message of the Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam is only going to tell us these things. 11:13:1. Sattvam Rajastamaiti Gunam Buddhairna Chalpana Sattven Anyadamo Hanyan Sattvam Sattvena Chaivahi. Krishna begins that chapter, Sri Bhagavan Vacha. Krishna says, Sattvam, Rajasa, Tamasa, they are all in the intelligence, in Buddhi. It is in the intelligence. Prahlada also saying, Buddhair Jagaranam Swapnam Sushupti Nivrittaya. Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti is not anywhere else, it is in the Buddhi. It is in the Buddhi. That is where the three states we experience in the Buddhi. In the Buddhi. Because when we are in the vacant state, Buddhi is working. Buddhi is working. When the Buddhi decides, then we have to go into the dream state. Once the Buddhi has given the clearance, you have to go into the dream state. Similarly, when Buddhi gives the clearance, you have to go to deep sleep. That we are not conscious of all that, is it? We are not conscious. We think, oh, it is come and go to sleep. That's why we have no control over it. It just happens. It just happens. But Buddhi makes a decision inside. That Buddhi has decided that now you go to dream. You go to the dream state. That is the dream Swapna state. Or Buddhi decides you go into deep sleep. You go into deep sleep state. There is no choice there given to us. We are very proud of our Buddhi, but what does Buddhi does to us? This is what Buddhi does to us. Isn't it? So here, Buddhair Jagaranam Swapnaha, he says. So Narada Maharshi is instructing to Prahlada these things. So you can see this Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti, these three states is our life in this world, is it not? If you really look at life, you can see except these three states, what else is life? You can say that I have done so many big things, I ran in the Olympics, I got so many gold medals and so many things you can say this, but strictly speaking, they have done so many things in the vacant state, that's all. Or somebody has done a lot of things in the dream state, and when you have finished that vacant state and the dream state, you've gone into deep sleep, that's all. And then you come back again into vacant state. So when we come to spiritual life, we have to come out of this big problem. What is that big problem? Big problem is this. We have given too much importance to the vacant state. That is the biggest mistake we have got with us. Once you give a lot more importance to vacant state, then you are in trouble. Ramana Maharshi used to say, the scorpionic grip of the vacant state, he used to call it. The scorpionic grip. In other words, it is holding us so tight, this vacant state. We think the vacant state is the only reality. This is the greatest problem, this vacant state. We are not trying to see that all the three states are important. On the other hand, the closest state to realization of the self is in the deep sleep, not even in the vacant state. Vacant state is the most distant state from the self-realization. Closest state, why is it closest to the realization? Because in that deep sleep state, you haven't got identification with the body. You have left the body, you have left the mind, you have left the intelligence, you have left the ego. Only the tamogunam is there, that's the only problem. Otherwise, you are close to realization of the truth, isn't it? So, their point is, self-realized people, they will always tell you this. Unless you come out of this powerful grip of this vacant state, it is difficult to come to know the truth. These things, whether you are a devotee or a jnani, one day Krishna will force us to accept this. Today you can say, well, I am a devotee, I don't need to know all these things. You may say that. Well, you can say that, but the reality is, when realization comes at the end, when you start realizing that I am not this body, these realizations has to happen. It's no other way. I can't be completely situated identification with the body and start thinking that I am realized. What have I realized? I realized that I am this body. That's all I have realized at that stage. Nothing else. So that is useless. So that is why our life in this world, in these three states, that's all. If you ask to define this life in this world, you can simply say these three words: Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti, Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti, Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti. This is continuously day after day after day. That's what is happening. Either we are woken up, or we are dreaming, or we will sleep. That's all. So with that the life is over. And I live in these three states, is it not? And for all these three states, that Vastu who is inside is a witness to all these things. That is the truth. That is the only truth. The only truth is that Vastu inside who is a witness to all these three states. Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti is not truth. All the experience of these three states is also not truth. The only truth is that Vastu inside, the Antaryami inside, who is witnessing or who is a witness to all these things, what is going through. Krishna calls that very firmly, he mentions that. That is why he told Uddhava, Uddhava, after hearing the Shekadasha Skandam now, you walk through this world without bothering about anything. Why? Because this is what life is, Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti, Jagrat Swapnam Sushupti, isn't it? So, in all these three states, the thing what that does not change, and that personality, that identity with the self or the Antaryami inside, he doesn't change at any time. And that same person, that Dharta, that means his actual person, the person inside, that Antaryami inside, he is awake in all the three states, isn't it? He is awake in all the three states. Only difference is, in the vacant state he is awake in one way. In the dream state he is awake in another way. And in the deep sleep is also he is awake. Why? Because when we wake up in the morning, first thing he tells us that we had a good sleep. If he was not awake, how will he know? That is his wake. Wakefulness doesn't mean the way we talk. For us, when we say somebody is awake, what do we say? What does it mean? We say, oh, he's not closed his eyes, he's still awake, we say. That's how we say, talk about others, isn't it? But that is not wakefulness, what he is talking about here. What talking about wakefulness means, that awareness. In the vacant state he is having awareness. In the dream state also he is having that awareness. In the deep sleep also he has got the awareness. How is that awareness? That awareness we don't know because of the Tamogunam. But when we wake up in the morning, he is telling us that I had a great time during the deep sleep. That is the proof that he was awake at that time. In the deep sleep also. So if you analyze these three states, Jagrat Swapna Sushupti very well, you can very easily move away from the body to a large degree. Because you can see that all that changes that's happening in the body, all that emotions that's coming through the mind, all the thought waves that's coming through the mind has nothing to do with the self. Nothing to do with the self. When we discuss the Shramutis, famous prayers of the Shramuti, which is considered more like a Upanishad, you will see there how step by step, from a very highly gross level, one comes to the extremely subtle state of realizations. How we pass through that, starting from the world, from a gross level. So here, you can see here that Avastatrayam, therefore it is called Avastatrayam. Avastatrayam means these three states, Jagrit, Swapnam, Sushupti. So Avastha, it is called Avastha. Then Avastha will come and go. Avastha will come and go. But Avastatrayam, there is a Sakshi, witness to this Avastatrayam, and I am that, I am that. So Swapna Vicharaha, Tattva Vicharaha. So in order to find out who am I, what is my real identity, in order to do that, you have to find him in all the three states. In all the three states. So I am there in the deep sleep state. Deep sleep state. So only difference is, when you start analyzing, you will notice the difference. What is the difference? When you go into the deep sleep state and you start analyzing, there is no man, there is no woman, is there? Man and woman doesn't exist in the deep sleep state. Similarly, there is no king, there is no pauper or a beggar in the deep sleep state. Once you have gone to deep sleep state, there is no king or a rich man or a poor man. Don't exist there. There is no Brahmana, there is no Shudra in the deep sleep state. And there is no Hindu, there is no Christian or Muslim in the deep sleep state. All that goes away at that time. But so what is there in the deep sleep state? Only thing is, everybody, whether you ask a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian, all of them have got only one thing to tell us after a deep sleep. The answer will be exactly the same. We all had a great time. And that doesn't change. Does it? That realization from the deep sleep, whether you are a Hindu or a Christian or a Muslim or anybody, the answer after a deep sleep, how was it? They will say, the answer, you will get one same answer. It was a great time. I had a great time. So, even the greatest, most poor person also will say the same thing. So, similarly, even the man who is going through the greatest distress, he will also say the same thing. I had a great time in the deep sleep. He forgets everything, isn't it? All the distress has gone, at least for those few hours. When he was in the deep sleep, he comes back and says, I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything. Which means what? I didn't know about this body. I didn't know about the mind. I didn't know about intelligence. I didn't know about the ego. I didn't know about the senses. I didn't know about this world. So, not knowing any of these things brought happiness to him. Not knowing any of these things. And what do? In the vacant state, we go and put our hands and mind everywhere and everything, and thinking that if I know all these things, I'll become happy. Exactly opposite things we go and do at that time. So, although that person may have a lot of distress, and when he wakes up, all the distress may come back to him, and he may start crying, but he will say one thing: once he goes to deep sleep, he loses everything, forgets everything. So, you can see from that, deep sleep, you never get bored with it. Isn't it? You never get bored with deep sleep, do you? Because that is why every night, even with the feast, you may get bored. If you compare these two, suppose somebody gives you a good feast every day, and everything what you wanted to eat, everything is given, served you. After a while you will say, well, I think I'll have some simple diet, or you go on dieting. You will say, I don't want any of these things. I just want to bring my weight down. Or some excuse you may say. Why? You get bored with it after a while. Every day saying gulab jamun and halwa and sweet rice and everything. So you get bored with it, isn't it? So that you can see, everything has, but has anybody anytime said, I got bored with the deep sleep? Particularly after 50, 60, you are looking for that. You're not getting it. What can you do? What you had in the childhood or even the youth when you were able to sleep, when the subtle body was not so active, you were able to sleep many hours happily and you feel refreshed after that. But you don't get it in the old age. That is the biggest complaint from the old people, isn't it? They're not getting sleep at night. And then you induce them with the drugs and other things went on somehow to get that, to bring that mind into peaceful state so that they could sleep for a few hours. So, but never we complain about that deep sleep, that I got bored with the deep sleep. So not only that, if you get bored, what is the solution? Deep sleep. Isn't it? You see how, suppose everything went wrong in the office, or everything went wrong with the wife and children now home. What do? Go into your room, close the door and go to deep sleep. You know there is a solution there in that. There's a problem, solution there. So you can see, you can't think that deep sleep is not a solution. Deep sleep is the solution to the problem. And now the psychologists are saying, psychiatrists are saying, yes, you have to look at it now. They're saying now. After so many years they come to understand that there is deep sleep can help people. Sometimes some doctors, so even in that deep sleep state, that's one thing that what is there, and that is our identity. That is our identity. That's what he's saying here. So, so every day in the Sushupti state, there is nothing there, isn't it? Mind is not there. What else is not there? Personality is not there. Personality is not there. And at the same time, you can also see here that everything is going on in this world. It is not bothering you at all in that deep sleep. Once you go into deep sleep, do you worry about the flights are going on, everything is going, all the flights are landing properly in the airport, or the trains are running properly, or what's going on in this world? Nothing is coming into our Shraddha. Our Shraddha does not go into any of these things. So, in spite of all that, although there is no mind, no personality, and personality means individual ego, in other words, Vyaktikodam, that's the word they use, Vyaktikodam, personality identification is not there, I'm still there, isn't it? So, this is our daily experience, and this doesn't have to be, nobody has to convince us these things. Nobody has to convince us these things. Anyone who thinks about analyzes these three states, he can understand that. Because it's a daily experience, isn't it? On the other hand, if you don't get it, that third state, we will take tablets or capsules or whatever. We have to take it, isn't it? So, and you can also see another thing. All of us are waiting for that in the evening, to get to that. That's why when we go home, we prepare the bed nicely. If you have air conditioners, you put it on. And you look at the weather, how it's going to be the night, you will keep the windows open. Bed is made very comfortable. Everything, you start organizing that before sleep. You just don't go to sleep, isn't it? Before that, you start organizing it. So, so why, at least for some time, I can leave this body and go. That's all I wanted. For a short period of time, if I can escape from this body. And therefore, and that is the only idea behind it. And because if you wake up in the morning, you will see some happiness coming from that. So, many people who have thought about this, they have got surprised by this. That you can go into the deep sleep and come out from that. And one I don't know who it is, I read this once, he says there, sleep is good, he said. Death is better, he said. And it's best never to be born at all. This is the truth. This is the truth. He's talking the truth. He says sleep is good, death is better, he said. But it is best never to be born. Again, never to be born at all. So you can see inside the knowledge is there. Sometimes it trickles out in this way. He must have spoken with some understanding. This is what somebody in the West spoke about this. I don't know who it is. But without studying any Shastram, without going through any satsangam, without any hearing from anybody, one's own analysis of life, he has found out this. Sleep is better. Because it is in that sleep he realized it, that he is freedom from all problems of this world, with the body as well, and the mind as well. He identified where the problems is coming from. Problems are coming from few places. One from the body, one from the mind, one from the world. Isn't it? Adhyatmiyam, Adibodhiyam, Adideviyam. Now, he may not have used Adhyatmiyam, Adibodhiyam, Adideviyam. Doesn't matter. He has come to the right conclusions. He is saying that deep sleep, he enjoyed it so good. It is better, he said, than anything else. And then he says that death is better, he says. Because once for all, then you don't have to come back again to this vacant state. And he says, and it's best never to be born at all. So therefore, many people like this in this world, they have come through so many experiences and they have come to the right conclusions finally. Come to the right conclusions finally. They are stumbling on the truth. After dragging through all experiences in this world, finally they are stumbling on the truth. What is the reason? Only reason is that at that time they realize that personality has gone. That is the greatest thing. Vyakti bodham, ahangaram, false ego has gone from inside. So temporarily, if I lose this separate individuality or ego, when that disappears, I feel happy. Is it not? You see, you can see yourself, when this ego, identification with the false ego is very strong, you feel stressed out, isn't it? Suppose you have been given some task in the office or at home or by somebody to do something, and if your personality is very strong, ego is very high inside, you get stressed very much. But from that experience, you can understand that when the ego goes away, just like when the ego gets stronger, the stress also gets stronger. Similarly, when the ego goes away, you will also notice that relaxation inside. It does not create a great disturbance inside. So, therefore, you feel rejuvenated. When that disappears, personality completely disappears, you feel happiness. That is that rejuvenation happening in the deep sleep state. When you complete it, of course, in the Jnana Margam they talk about it in different ways. We say that the individual soul gets embraced by the Jiva gets embraced by the Antaryami inside. That is a literal way of speaking. Nobody embraces anybody there. What actually happens is simply he loses his identity as Jivatma. He is not existing there at that time. Therefore, when the Ahanda, Jivatma means Ahanda, false ego inside. When that disappears, you feel happy. You feel happy at that state. And that experience is what you bring back when you come out of the deep sleep. And that is why you want to have it again. Whereas, what we do here is, we say, Bhagavad Gita will teach you so that you can develop your false ego very nicely. Bhagavad Gita for managers development, business development, I believe. So all kinds of false ideas comes from that, and people start using that for making money or whatever they have to do. Business for managers, and they're going to all the consultants and big companies like what do they call it? Management consultants, and go and telling them. Our Swami is doing a great job on this. Bankers and all of them. Go and tell them, whip up their false ego. Tell them you develop very nicely with this Bhagavad Gita. The whole Bhagavad Gita is meant for only one thing, to get rid of this false ego once for all. Because that is the one which is causing all the problem. Instead, we keep saying to them that if you develop it nicely, you will get it. So, anyway, you feel rejuvenated after that. In the Bhagavatam, this is explained. How is it explained? Mahabali and demigods, after churning the milk ocean, they got the nectar. And then there was fight between the demigods and the demons, isn't it? It's a big fight happened between demigods and the demons. So when that fight happens, all the demigods were killing the demons. Demons were all getting killed. But what used to happen was, their spiritual master, their teacher, their guru, demon's guru, is Shukracharya. Shukracharya used to give them life again. And they will get their life back. They will get killed by the demigods, these demons, Mahabali, Viprachiti, there's a list of them there in the Bhagavatam. They all got killed by the demigods, and Shukracharya used to give them life back again. And they will, after they get their life back, they will come back to fight again with the demigods. It's there in the Bhagavatam. If you want to read it, you can see there. And they used to come and tell the demigods, the demons, that, can you kill me once again? What kind of war is that? Imagine, it's like our Mahabharata war, isn't it? Krishna sends all his army to fight with the Kauravas and says, I will fight with the Pandavas, I will stay with the Pandavas, and my army will fight from the other side. So similarly, here also, demigods were killing the demons, Shukracharya was giving life back to them, and they will get back to fight again, and they will tell the demigods, can you kill me again? They are saying to him. But because then the demigods ask him, why you want to get killed? He says, we didn't sleep for a long time, we wanted some more sleep. So actually, once we know the good thing that is going to happen after death, then we will start liking death. We'll start liking death. Because just like we love deep sleep, in the same way, why do we like the deep sleep? Because we know that there is when we have no body, when we don't have the mind, and when we don't have the personality, Vyaktitam, or Vyaktiswarupam, or personality, when it is not there, we all like it, isn't it? We all like it. And if you look at death also, is it not the same thing that's happening there? Only, then why do we have to be frightened about that? Only we are frightened about that for only one reason, that we are worried that we may have to come back again. That is what actually worries us, isn't it? Suppose if we don't have to come back, then there is no need to be frightened about that. There is need to be frightened about that. So, in the same way, self-realization or knowledge is also spoken in the same way. That dying without death is knowledge. Dying without death is knowledge. Because once you come to this state, what we are talking about, Shuka Brahmarshi state, Sarashiva Brahmendra state, or personality Sheshadri Swamiji state, and states like that, we are frightened about that, isn't it? We are frightened about that. We start thinking, oh, I don't think I should be like that. I want to be like the world, everybody else is. Because we are frightened that we are going to do something. But actually, what's happening is at that time, you are losing your identification with the body, with the mind, with the intelligence, everything. And once we get to that state, what is known as Aham Brahmasmi. That is the state of Aham Brahmasmi or Tattvamasi. I am Atma Brahma. And everything what you say is Brahman at that time, nothing else exists at that time. In that case, what happened? Who will get angry with you then? Who can get angry with you? Nobody can get angry with you. Because every time if anybody gets angry, you show them the mirror to him. You look at the mirror. So you can see how you look at that time in the mirror. And only if you show the mirror, that's enough. That is what that verse in the 24th verse mentions there. If you look at the 24th verse, that is coming from that, this understanding. So in verse 23. Toi mai janya traigo Vishnu vyartham kopyasi mai asahishnu bhava samachittam sarvatratvam vanjas achira yadi vishnutvam. Toi mai janya traigo Vishnu vyartham kopyasi mai asahishnu bhava samachittam sarvatratvam vanjas achira yadi vishnutvam. Then Toi mai jani tra ego Vishnu. Actually, it's only Vishnu who is present in everybody, everywhere. And Ego Vishnu, and Vishnu is one. Vishnu, the word itself means, Vishnu Sahasranamam, if you look into the first word of Vishnu Sahasranam is Vishwa Vishnu. Vishwa is Vishnu. Vishwa means Vishnu. Everywhere who is present is Vishnu. Therefore he is called Vishnu. The word Vishnu is coming from that who is present in everything. Inside the cave, outside the cave, in everyone, every living entity, everywhere in the world. Vishwam Vishnu Vashalkaro Bhuda Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. Bhuda Paramatmajam. So, Toyimai Janye Preyo Vishnu. Vishnu is present everywhere. My Vyartham Kupyasi. Why do you get angry with me? Because he is the only one who is. Once the self-realization brings this understanding that Vishnu is present in everything. And Bhava Samachittam Sarvatratvam Vanchasi Achiral Yadi Vishnutvam. Vanchasi Yadi Vishnutvam. Vishnutvam Yadi Vanchasi. If you want that Vishnutvam, then if you want Tvam Sarvatra Samachittam Bhava. In other words, always be equally situated to all the living entities. Everywhere, only Krishna is present there. Therefore, this is the realization the sages are giving it to us. Through their realization, they are saying this to us. That so you can see that in that verse, if you will see that the person who is speaking is one of the disciples who is talking that. It's not Shankaracharya is saying that. One of the disciples are saying that. He is saying there that obviously he is upset, that's why he is saying to somebody, Toimai Sarva Trego Vishnu. Why are you getting upset with me? He says. Somebody must have got upset with him. So he says, because you and me are actually one. You and me are actually one. Otherwise, when you get too angry all the time, get disturbed in the mind in that way, paralysis and other things can happen easily, isn't it? So you and me are one, and that Vishnu who is present in you is present in me. Vyartham Kupyasi. And why do you get angry unnecessarily? And what can you not bear this, he said. My Asahishnu. And why can you not tolerate this, he says to him. Are we not all the same Vastu? Same Vastu inside everyone. The Krishna who is present within me is the same Krishna who is present within you as well. And why waste your energy in the Vyartham Kupyasi? And some people are like that, isn't it? They will waste a lot of their energy in this way. So, once it's a story, but it can happen everywhere, in any house. It's quite possible. One person, his wife was always getting upset with him, with the husband. She was always complaining that you're not doing this, you're not doing that, and she used to get angry all the time. So he, after a while, he became so tolerant, he started realizing it's no point in reacting to it every time. Somebody has to get tired at the end, isn't it? So he got tired, and he will say yes, everything, whatever she says, he will say yes. And his blood pressure used to go, her blood pressure used to go up because of that. And this husband, he was such a nice person. He'll go and get the blood pressure tablets, water, everything for her. He was such a good person that she was getting angry all the time, and the husband started realizing at the end, there's nothing I can do about it. If she shouts at him, he will say yes, it's all correct, whatever you are saying is correct. And after, you can't hold anger for a long time, isn't it? After a few minutes you'll get tired. So when it comes down, she says, darling, you will get upset, you're getting upset with me, but your blood pressure will go up, I'll get you the tablets, he'll say. Go and get the tablets and the water to take. Such a loving husband he was. So, and she cools down after that. So, because he knows it's difficult to change that swabhavam in that person. So, when friends comes home, he says to them, addresses her as Her Highness. Addresses her, Her Highness, says to them. And she may shout in front of them or him, but he says to them, don't worry, Her Highness is speaking. Don't take it very seriously, he says to them. So, and after everything is over, he'll go and get the tablets and the water for her every time. So that is what it is here also. Vyarthyam kupyasi mayasahishno. Why you get so upset with me and become intolerant towards me? He says like that. So if we get angry with somebody, is there any benefit from that coming? Suppose I am sitting here and yelling at someone who is an American. What will happen? Everything will be happening to me only, isn't it? He is not going, anything is going to happen to him. But all the bad effects will be within me. All the bad effects will be within me. Think about this, because we normally look at the politicians and the Prime Minister and presidents and all of that. We will tell them they are all useless. We read that he did this, he said that, and we fire all of them. But whatever we may say anything about that, ultimately after that we think that some effect within us. For them nothing has happened, they will continue doing what they are doing anyway. So, but what is the impact is on us. Something happens inside us. You fire somebody very badly without nothing has come out of it. So ultimately that's what is happening here. And then you can see that the blood pressure builds up, or even Vyartham kupyasi mayasahishno. So, same Krishna who is present in all the living entities, that realization is important. Sarvasnati Atmanam Sarvamasta Vedam Atmanam. And knowing that same soul is present in everyone, knowing that this difference between people, what we see as differences between two people, that ajnanam avidya, we have to remove it by knowing this. What is that? Vyartham kupyasi mayasahishno. Vyartham kupyasi toimayi sarvatra ego Vishnu. Vyartham kupyasi mayasahishno. Knowing that same Vishnu, Egam, one, that Vishnu who is present in everyone, knowing that we have to remove this Vedam, Veda Buddhi, difference between two independent persons or good person, bad person, all that differences, we have to remove it from within. That is called Veda Buddhi. Veda Buddhi is this. Veda Buddhi is a very difficult thing. You can see how Veda Buddhi operates in this world. You start picking and choosing from people, isn't it? That's the first thing what happens with this Veda Buddhi. They start thinking that he is on my side, somebody is my friend, and somebody is my enemy. These kind of thoughts. And that is a very deep-rooted problem, because it doesn't go away easily from inside. And if you keep on cultivating that Veda Buddhi inside, the Toimai Sarvatra Ego Vishnu, how is that going to realize? Is it not? Toimai Sarvatra Ego Vishnu won't happen. Vyartham kupyasi mayasahishno. You can see this. This is very blatant in certain people. This nature. Very, very remarked different the thoughts in them, that they are with me, they are against me. We cultivate the whole world, they have divided into two. One is with them, other one is against them. Everyone they look at with this understanding. Is he with me or is he against me? And when that identity becomes stronger, then it becomes very, very difficult. There is not spiritual. It is not spiritual. It's completely materialistic concept. That is not at all a spiritual quality. Krishna is saying here, even though we may say demon, devotee and all that, ultimately you can see from Srimad Bhagavatam that Hiranyakashipu and Ravana, they require a greater worship than many others, because they all had, in spite of their demonic qualities, they all went back to the spiritual world at the end, including Kamsa, isn't it? All of them had a relationship with Krishna. All Krishna has done was that duality has taken away from them and they were back into their original state. So that Veda Buddhi, that is the biggest problem. As long as we have that Veda Buddhi inside, Samatvam is not possible, is it? How can there be Samatvam? Krishna is saying here, we will tell everybody, oh Prabhu, you know what the quality of a Brahmana? Vidya, Vinaya Sambhane, Brahmane, Yavi Hastini, Shuni Chaiva, Shobhagaja, Pandita, Samadarshina. And the very person who is saying this, Samadarshina, he's saying this, he has studied the words, but when it comes to practical reality in life is concerned, he has completely separated the people into two groups. One with me, one against me. And living in this world with this concept. They are all with me, they are all against me. What is the understanding? Why are we reading Bhagavad Gita then? If this is the understanding we have come to. Where is the Samadarshitvam there? That Krishna is saying Samadarshina. Whether it's a friend and enemy is duality, and that must go. That is why he is saying here that has come from Ajnanam, Avidya. In other words, Sarva Bhudam, in all living entities, there is only one thing, that's the soul, Atma, Vishnu, who is present in everyone. That is the next verse, 25th, if you look, you will see there. Shatrau Mitrau, then it talks about Shatrau. Shatrau Mitre Putre Bandho, Maguru Yatnam Vigraha Sandho, Sarvasmin Napi Pashyal Anam, Sarvatrol Seja Bheda Jnanam. He says here, Shatru Mitre Putre Bandho, that Shatru Mitram. Shatru Mitram, enemy, friend. And Putre Bandho, and Putra, son, or Bandhu relative, all of them, we should not cultivate friendship or any vidvesham or hate towards them. In other words, Vigraha Sandho Yatnam Ma Kuru, he says. Ma Kuru Yatnam Vigraha Sandho. Why should we try for a friendship towards them or an enmity towards them? Sometimes it's like that in the family life, isn't it? Some family members are closer to us. Other family members, we don't like them. This is quite normal. Every family, this is the whole thing is repeated again and again. There will be a lot of extended families and extended brothers, sisters and all. Somebody we like, some brothers we like, some sisters we like, somebody we don't like. And like this it goes on. And on what basis are we? Oh no, I just like them. That's all it is. There is the logic in any of these things. That's what he's saying here. Makuru yatnam vigraha sambhav, he says. That sauhridam and vidvesham. In other words, hate, aversion or friendship. Both of them vigraha sambhav. Don't try for that. He says. Sarvasmin navi almanam pashya. Pashya almanam. See only the soul in everyone. Sarvatrol seja veda jnanam. This veda buddhi, ajnana janyam, it is coming from ajnanam, avidya, it is coming there. That is what it is mentioned there. That shatru mitram, that duality, that dvandvam must go from inside. So, as a practical instruction, he is saying this to us. That know very well, realize the self and be peaceful about that. So, but by reading that verse, you need not go to all your people who are giving you trouble, going and telling them, look, I read this verse, we are all one. You and me are one, and start going and hugging them. That's not what it is asking us to do. Because that is only a karma. That's only a karma. We should not engage in another karma in such a way that if two people are fighting each other, then you should not get involved in that and try to bring them together. Sometimes we make all those mistakes. Two people are fighting each other. You get involved in that and try to bring them together. Because if it happens like that, let it happen. But not to endeavor in that way to sort out the problems of this world. Because when two people are fighting and beating up each other, sit down and watch nicely. That is the only thing you can do about it. Only thing is, after they have beaten up each other, you go and ask them if anybody wants water. Anything you can offer them. Or you can give them a massage wherever they got beaten. That's all. Don't get involved and try to stop it. Because you have to have that understanding. If you ask that question, that is not Krishna inside them also? Yes. Krishna and Vishnu is there also. Those two Vishnus are fighting. We, the third Vishnu, is standing there and watching that. And if you go and tell them, look, you, he and all are one and say, they are not going to listen to you. So, better not to say anything at that time. So that is for realization inside. realization inside. So, so here there is no point in going and instructing them. Because what you have to do, there is no point in saying to him, therefore let them do it. But if you can do anything good for them, Mahaguru Vigraham, Mahaguru Yatnam Vigraha Sandhav, he mentions here. If you want to do something to help them, you can do it, but important thing is not to create division among people. This is spirituality, not dividing people. You can see this in the modern spiritual practices, how they divide the society. How it gets broken up again and again. That division is what Krishna is saying not to create. He has mentioned that in the Bhagavad Gita also. He says, if religion is not, spiritual life is not helping to bring it together, what use is that spiritual life? It is continuously creating division among the society. That's what Buddhivedam na Janaye, he says in the 3rd chapter, I think. He talks about Buddhivedam na Janaye. Because people, if you create this division in the society, that is the greatest distress you create in the society. So sometimes you can see this by people who are engaging in making important decisions when they don't think about it. They make certain decisions thinking that it is good for the organization what they have done. But when you look on a larger scale for the society what they have done, it could be pretty damaging. Once you create division in the society, then that society cannot come together again. It is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Already there is sufficient division in this world through various ways, isn't it? In the name of language, nationality, color of the body, language we speak, various divisions we have already created here. In addition to that, through our spirituality also if we create division in the society, what is the use at the end? We may be thinking that ours is the only way to get sometimes we come to these false conclusions like that without not properly knowing the truth. And that therefore it is so important. Upanishad sages, they never spoke in that way. Whatever they have spoken is for the welfare of the whole world. Everyone should get the benefit from that. So that is why it mentions like that. Mahakuru Yatnam Vigraha Sandhav, he says there. So if you can bring people together, that is your success. So sometimes we can see two people were very friendly each other. They were friendly each other. And you heard something from somebody about them, and you have gone and told something to one of them, they have heard, and then he starts distancing from the other person already. So you can easily split people, it's not very difficult. It's not very difficult. So that is what is called Vigraha. That's what he is saying there. Mahakuru Yatna Vigraha Sambhav. Vigraha means breaking of people. Breaking of people. We can break up a society, we can break up two individuals, we can break up a family through this unnecessary involvement in these things. So it says here, Mahakuru Yatnam Vigraha Sambhav. Mahakuru Yatnam Vigraha Sambhav, he says. So if two people are fighting each other, and if you go there to make sandhi means to bring a compromise between the two, they will join together and they will start fighting at you. That will also happen sometimes. That will also happen. That is why Udasina Vadasina, Krishna mentions in the Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, always Udasina. In this Maya, so many things will go on. People will fight, people will hug each other, all these things will be going on. But not to get disturbed by anything, but to stay away from everything. That is what Krishna is mentioning here. This practical instruction, Udasina Vadasina, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. Udasina Vadasina, always Udasina, indifferent to everything. In other words, Anasta, that means, in all of them, without any interference in that, if you live like that, there will be Shanti inside, peace inside. And by interfering particularly, there is nothing going to get benefited. Because there is no benefit, that is why Acharya Swami is saying like this. Because there will be no benefit from that. Why? Because you have gone and patched up between two people who are fighting. Nothing is going to come out of that. From a spiritual level, you have to look at it. From a material level, there may be something temporary, some solution to the problem. But on a spiritual level, it won't change. Spiritual level, that's what he says here, Makuru Yatnam Vigraha Sambhav, he says. Don't endeavor in that direction. Not only that, if you go and try to do that, your own peace of mind inside, peace inside can go. Therefore, Makuru Yatnam Vigraha Sambhav, Bhavasama Sarvatvatvam, always Samachittata, equal mind inside, and that Samatvam, equanimity all the time is the yoga state. Equanimity all the time is the yoga state. And without allowing that to get disturbed and to be peace within inside, and that is the state, ideal way to live in spiritual life. Ideal way to live in spiritual life. So, it's 25 past 5, we'll have a short break.
Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Toimai Janyatraigo Vishnu, verse 24. Toimai Janyatraigo Vishnu, Vyartham Kupyasi Maya Sahishnu, Bhavasamachittam Sarvatratvam, Vanchasi Achiral Yadi Vishnutvam. Vanchasi Yadi Achiral Vishnutvam. In other words, one who wants to see that Vishnu's presence everywhere, Vishnutvam, then in that case, whatever defects or faults, what you see in the Upadhi, the faults are not in the soul. When we talk about the defects in others, or when we see criticizes, or when we find any problems with others, actually it is not in the person, it is in the Upadhi. Upadhi means what? The body, the mind, the intelligence, the senses, the ego. These are all Upadhis, isn't it? Upadhi means the mediums through which the soul expresses itself. Vishnu inside, Antaryami inside, he expresses through the Upadhis into the world. He experiences the world through the Upadhis, isn't it? Upadhi is the
the windows open to the soul, Antaryami inside. So it says here that you should not discuss anything, the good or the bad, in anyone. One should not discuss. The good things also you should not discuss. That may sound a little bad for some people. Some people say, oh, why should not? Or you should appreciate everyone. They say, he's done something great, so you have to appreciate. No, you shouldn't. Because if you do that, actually, if you start appreciating, you will start finding fault also. That is the way it works. If you start appreciating something in someone, then you will start finding fault in somebody else. So best thing is not to appreciate and not to find fault also either. That state is saying Vanchasi Yadi Adidat Vishnutvam. So these are things you won't hear from anybody because it's only there in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Modern world won't accept this. The modern world will tell you that you have to glorify everybody and then put the knife on behind. Next minute. This is the modern world, isn't it? So their appreciation and depreciation has no meaning. All this has no meaning. Krishna is saying that. Where does he say? In the Bhagavatam you know. Parasvabhava karmani na prashamsati na nindati. He says. If you look into that, the 28th chapter in the 11th canto, Krishna is saying there, 2 verses he addresses that. In 2 verses. It's a very important verses they are in that 28th chapter. Because before sending Uddhava to Badrinath, it is the final words from Krishna to Uddhava. He says, Shri Bhagavan Vajam Parasvabhava karmani na prashamse na garhaye Vishwamegalmadam pashyan pragatya purushena cha Parasvabhava karmani ya prashamsadi nindadi sa ashubrashyade swahal asatyam abhiniveshada. 2 verses he is saying. Krishna is saying, Param Swabhavam Karma. Others' behavior, Swabhavam, or their karma, their activities. Na prashamsaye na grahe. One should not comment on that, either in a positive way or in a negative way. To say that you've done a great job or saying that you're useless, both should be avoided. Na prashamsaye na grahe. Vishwam evalmadam pashyan. If you want to come to the spiritual level understanding, Vishwam evalmadam pashyan pragatya purushena cha. This evalmadatva means that oneness. Oneness. Vishwam is made of only the spirit, the soul, Alma. That's the only thing what is present here. And that Alma alone has come in 2 different ways. People are Sankhya perceives in 2 ways as Prakriti and Purusha. Prakriti and Purusha. Pragatya Purushena cha. He says. Then he says, what is the harm? If you do that, Parasvabhava karmani ya prashamsadi nindadi. Whoever does that, sa ashubrashyade swarthal asatyam abhiniveshada. Because you are holding on to the falsities. Asatyam abhiniveshada. Asatyam means falsity. Your false thing, what you are holding on to. Your so-called appreciation or your so-called praise or glorification or your insult or your criticism, all of it is asatyam, it's false. It is false. And because of that, you will fall from the position of realization. From the self-realization, you will fall down from that. So, Parasvabhava karmani ya prashamsadi nandadi sa ashu brashyade swarthal asatyam abhiniveshada. Krishna mentions there. And that's the same thing here. Ajahari Swami is also saying that Vanchati yadi adirat Vishnutvam. If you want to become Vishnutvam has to come. Self-realization has to come. One should not get involved in all these things and disturb the peace inside. It is from that point of view he is talking about it. Now, when it comes to in the mundane world, we have got United Nations to sort out everybody, isn't it? You can see it's not working. It will not work. Why? Because they haven't got the proper knowledge behind it. They are trying to patch up everywhere and they think they're going to bring peace into this world. Similarly, so many organizations, so many people also operate in the same understanding. If we can bring peace, some people turn into making peace as their whole career, bringing peace to this world. But Krishna is saying, till you come to this platform, Parasvabhava Karmani na prashamsa na grahayat. Till that time, you can't change anything in this world. It is meant to happen. Therefore, he mentions here that once we know the whole creation is nothing but Atma, Vishwamekhalmagam Pashyan, Krishna says, naturally the mind will become peaceful inside. Mind will become peaceful inside. And Atmajnana, the knowledge of the self, brings the Shanti inside. Therefore, he says in the next verse, in the 26th, you will see what he says about that. As Swami says there, in the 26th verse, he says, Kamam, Krodham, Lobham, Moham, Tektva Alpanam Pashyadi Soham, Alpanyana Vihina Mudhaha, Te Pachyandi Naraka Nigudhaha. He says, Kamam, Krodham, Lobham, Moham, Tektva Alpanam Pashyadi Soham. That Atmajnana Vihina Mudhaha Te Pachyandi Naraka Nigudhaha. Kamam Krodham Lobham Moham Tektva, giving up Kamam Krodham, lust, anger, greed, and all those, and delusion. Atmanam Soham Pashyati. When you start seeing the soul in everyone, only then the person who is performing sadhana in spiritual life, he sees that presence of the soul in everyone. And Alpajnana Vihina Modha, one who doesn't have the knowledge of the self, he is a Modha, he says. And Te Pachyande Naraka Nigudha, he has to go back to the hellish places where he has to be properly treated for the disease. Te Pachyande Naraka Nigudha. So Alpajnana Vihina Modha, one who does not have Alpajnana, he is Modha. He is a Modha, he says here. So therefore, that Atmajnana, if there is no knowledge of the self, the life in this world becomes hell. Life in this world becomes hell. And in this Brahmavidya, while talking about Brahmavidya, knowledge of the self, Acharya Swami is saying there, if you have knowledge of the self, the life in this world itself becomes a hell. So, what will all this Brahmavidya, knowledge of the self, what Krishna has spoken in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, when will that come to of any use to us? That's what is going here. And how will we get it clear? How will we get it? That is what he is going to say in the next verse. In the verse 31, he is going to talk about that. He says, how should we get that realization of the truth? How that truth will be realized in the 31st verse. Guru Jaganam Bhujanurбhara Bhakta Samsaradajiral Bhavamukta Sendriya Manasa Niyama Devam Drakshesi Nijakadayastam Devam. Guru Jaganam Bhujanurбhara Bhakta Samsaradajiral Bhavamukta Sendriya Manasa Niyama Devam Drakshesi Nijakadayastam Devam. Guru Jaganam Bhujanurбhara Bhakta. That means complete faith in the lotus feet of the spiritual master. In other words, what it means is complete faith in the words of the spiritual master. Complete shraddha in whatever the spiritual master has told thee, what he has taught. Absolute, complete acceptance of that in life. Not otherwise glorious sitting there and doing arati for the Guru. That is not what is expected. Guru gets pleased when whatever he has given, if a disciple takes it and realizes it, that is what pleases him. Not all the other things what we do for him. He is not bothered about that. But we make that misunderstanding all the time. That when we see Guru as the body, this is what will happen. Just like we see everything as the body, we start seeing Guru also as the body, then we start thinking, there is a perfect example in Lord Buddha's case. Lord Buddha, after self-realization under the Bodhi tree, for 15 or 20 years, then after the realization of the truth, what they call as the nirvana state of the Buddha, He lived in this world for about 40 years. When he left his body, he was probably, by the material calculations, he was about 82 or 83 years old when Buddha left this world. So Ananda, one of his cousins, Buddha's related to Buddha, he looked after Buddha throughout his life. In other words, like a good disciple, he was looking after Buddha. As a good disciple, he was looking after him. In the sense that everything at every moment, 24 hours in Buddha's service, Ananda was. 24 hours in Buddha's service. And after so many years, one day Ananda says to Buddha that I have been serving you so many years, not a moment I have kept it for myself, I have done everything for you, I have looked after you all these years, so much I have done, but I am not getting the truth. So look at his desperate state. Very, very desperate he was. He says to Buddha, I am not getting the truth. In the middle, what happened was, he has seen sometimes young people coming to Buddha, and Buddha spoke to him. Instantly they realized the truth and they left. They realized the truth and they left because they were completely matured. Pakwa has happened. They were completely matured inside. So they realized the truth and they left the scene. What Buddha has realized, they also realized it and they left. So Ananda asked Buddha, why is it like this? That I am doing all these things and this is my situation. Buddha answered him very well. Ananda, all these years you never took my instructions. You are looking after my body. What can I do? He said. And this is exactly the fault you can see everybody is committing in this world. We are taking the spiritual master as the body and thinking that doing everything for the spiritual master, the guru, and looking after his physical comforts and looking after all his other conveniences is my spiritual life. Never cared anything what the spiritual master had to say. Buddha has been continuously instructing people. Ananda had no time to listen to any of that. He thought, I'll take the shortcut. That's what he tried to do. By looking after Buddha in this way, looking after his body, so Buddha had to be very forthright about this. Ananda, you have wasted your time doing this. Can you imagine how heartfelt it would be? He had been doing this service to Buddha. That should not happen in spiritual life. Spiritual life means what pleases Krishna? If you take Bhagavad Gita seriously, that's what pleases Krishna. Not all the other things what you do in this. Other things you may do or may not do. That according to Prarabdha, whatever comes, you have to do it. That's all. If you get an opportunity to please Krishna, someday do it. But whether you do the service or not, if the message is not taken seriously, all your so-called service is all waste of time. Nothing will happen. At the end, Krishna will tell you, I given you Bhagavad Gita, have you read it? He will ask when you go to Vaikuntha. If you get there, first of all you won't get there, but if you do get there, he will ask you first thing, what you come here for? Take Bhagavad Gita, start reading it, he will say to you. That's what Krishna has done to Arjuna also. Arjuna, after he's talking all this Bhagavad Gita in the Bhagavad Gita, in Kurukshetra, Arjuna thought, oh, I got everything because Krishna is my friend. He started thinking like this. And finally, when Arjuna lost everything, he started thinking, Krishna is gone now. It's not there anymore. One day Guru will also go. He's not there going to be anymore. People are thinking that we'll be meeting up there all together. And we'll have another good time there together. This is all in our head. It's going, it's all doing your head in. That's all it is. Complete illusion, nonsense it is. We are propagating all these kind of things to people, saying that we'll meet up there, we'll start another organization there, we'll make the patron membership and fundraising, everything will do the same thing there. It is not going to work like that. What Krishna is saying there, realize now here, in this body, before any time is lost. I've given you Bhagavad Gita for that. You're not taking it, you're not studying it, you're not taken any serious note of Bhagavad Gita. What is the use? So, this has happened to Ananda. If you read Buddha's history, you will see this. Specifically mentions there about Ananda's desperate state. After 40 years, he served Buddha. This was the final words Buddha had to tell him. Buddha had to tell him very openly and straight on his face. He told him this. So, here you can see that pleasing spiritual master means taking the instructions seriously, nothing else. Guru Charanambuja Nurbhaya Bhakta, Samsara Ajira Bhava Muktaha, Sendriya Manasa Niyama Devam, Drakshasi Nija Hridayastam Devam. He says, Guru Charanambuja Nurbhaya Bhakta. But bhakti inside, Sendriya Manasa Niyama, that means at the same time controlling the mind and the senses. Achirar Samsara Mukta Bhava, very easily you will cross this material world, material existence. How? This way. Nija Hridayastam Devam Drakshasi. What does that mean? Nija Hridayastam Devam Drakshasi. By realizing Krishna, who is Hridayastam, in the heart of self, or self inside, and you will realize him very easily. You can see in the Srimad Bhagavatam, while talking to when Sudama and Krishna discussed at the end, isn't it? They were discussing about their childhood in Sandipani Muni's ashram. And while leaving, in the end of that, you will see there's a statement there that this realization will only happen. 80th chapter. If you look in the 10th canto, 80th chapter, you will see there is a statement about Krishna talking about this. Says there that Gurur Anugrahe Neva Puman Purna Prashantaye. He says to him that Gurur Anugrahe Neva Puman Purna Prashantaye. What does it mean? That Tasyaiva me Saukrata Sakya Maitri Dasyam Gunar Janmani Janmani Syad. 81, chapter 81. In the chapter 81, Krishna is there, you will see this verse at the end, verse 36, 81. Tasyaiva me Saukrata Sakya Maitri Dasyam Gunar Janmani Janmani Syad Mahanya Bhavena Gunalayena Vishajjadastal Purusha Prasangaham Bhaktaya Chitra Bhagavan Hi Sampado Rajyam Vibhutirna Samartayatyaja Adirtha Bhodhaya Vijakshana Swayam Pashyan Vibhadham Dhaninam Madodbhavam. So many things are mentioned there that Gunalaya Mahanibhavam, and he says, Sudama says that life after life, let me have this, he says. What is that? This association with Sauhardam, Sakyam, Maitri, Dasyam. That means friendship and Dasyam, servitude, and association with the devotees again and again in my life. If you look into the chapter before, in the chapter 80, verse 43, Krishna is saying that is the best verses in that chapter. What Krishna had to say to Sudama. Krishna says to Sudama, that is the whole thing we have to look at, but we won't do that now. But at the end he says, Krishna says to Sudama, 43, chapter 80, Ittham vidhanya negani vasadam guruveshmasu guru anugrahe neva puman purna prashantaye. That all the incidents what happened in the Gurukulam, Sudama and Krishna, they have reminded all that, they've spoken about that. And then he says to him, Gurur anugrahe neva puman purna prashantaye. That Shanti eventually can only come when Guru's Kripa comes. Guru's Kripa comes. That is what it mentions here. That Gurur anugrahe neva puman purna prashantaye. Guru Charanam Puja Nurbhaya Bhaktam. And what is that bhakti? When does that anugraham come from the Guru? When one follows what the Guru has told us to do. That is what that instruction is important. Instruction is important. So he mentions there that the Guru Anugraha Bhavan Purna Prashantaye. So Guru Charanamuja Nurbhaya Bhaktam. Samsara Achiral Bhava Muktaha. Nendriya Mana Neyama Evam Dakshasi Nija Yonam Devam. So Guru Charanambuja means because of the, that is what he's saying here about his own spiritual master, Govinda Bhagavad. He's saying about Govinda Bhagavad because of my bhakti towards him, Because of that, He has instructed me this knowledge of the self. He has given it to me. And only with His mercy it will stay in me forever. So this is the reason why we say, you may think that when you get it from the cassette, that you have got it. From the cassette you have got it. But actually in reality it will be difficult to get the benefit from the cassette. So only temporarily you may feel some benefit from that. In reality, it cannot give more realization from that than directly hearing from a person. That is the truth. Direct hearing is the one. So Satsangam is for that purpose. Shravanam. What happens in Shravanam is that a link happens between the two people, parties, the person speaker and the listener. There is a relationship comes. So similarly, with the bhakti that develops inside, Atma Vidya also it will bring into experience. It comes into experience. At the same time, not to have any personal relationship with the person. It is an important thing in spiritual life. Not to develop with anyone a person, in a personal level. That means on a bodily level or another. But purely on a spiritual level, directly hearing from one is the proper process. Like Parikshit did and many others did, isn't it? So that is a Shravanam secret behind it. Without developing any personal relationship, Vyakti Bhandam should not be there. That is why Ekanath's story is famous for this. Ekanath was one of the great devotees, isn't it? Ekanath was so good at it that he had such a close relationship with his teacher, Janardana Swami, but not on a personal level, purely on the spiritual platform. Purely on the spiritual platform. All spiritual matters he will discuss. Anything related to his bodily needs, bodily matters, he won't discuss with Janardana Swami. Even though in some instances Janardana Swami prompted him to speak, he won't speak. When Janardana Swami left the world, Ekanath Swami was not disturbed about it. That is the beauty of that relationship. Because otherwise what will happen? If you come on a bodily level associate with people, when that body disappears, tears start coming, you are crying and you are feeling that everything is finished now, no more spiritual life after this, it comes to that. That's not spiritual, that's completely material. Emotions carried away by the sentiments and emotions. That is not what he is talking about here. That Shravanam, Ekanath's story is like this. One has to take everything directly from the person, but at the same time able to stay without any connection. Without any connection. So detachment. Detachment means, in other words, all those things, the tattvam that is spoken, attachment should be there in the tattvam. The attachment should be towards the tattvam, not to the person. Because in that case, tattvam, attachment in the tattvam means attachment to the Atma or to the soul. So, just like you can see, if you want to do something good to someone, if you have attachment, you can't do the right thing for that person, isn't it? You know how it is. You have, say, parents know this with the children. When you have attachment to the children, you can't do the right thing for the child. Because everything will be covered with that, influenced with that attachment. Husband-wife relationship, same problem. You want to tell the right thing, but you don't want to upset the person. Because of that, the right thing you can't say sometimes to the person, isn't it? So, wherever there is attachment, you can't do the right thing. It's always like that. So, just like you can see, somebody came home to visit you, and the person has got what they call type 3 diabetes or something, and you had some lot of sweet rice at home. You say to him, I cooked, that's very nice, try this, he says. He says to you, I got diabetes, I can't have. No, don't worry about it. I made it for you specifically, he says. And give the sweet rice and give him all problems later on. You are not bothered about it. So you can see how attachment causes problem. It is the same thing, isn't it? So will you call that as proper love for the person? In the same way, you will give a lot of trouble to a lot of people in this world due to our so-called love. The love ends up like this. We don't know that. We may be thinking that we are doing the right thing, doing something good to others, but on the other hand, actually we are giving them trouble. That is not bhakti. Bhakti is not that. Bhakti means what? To do what they have told you to do. That is bhakti. When the spiritual master has told us to do something, if he has told us to study Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam, if you study Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam, that is what pleases the spiritual master. Not all the other things. If that is the way, if you are misunderstanding that, and to live like that, that is what will please them. So here you can see, in order to please anyone, not only Guru, even anybody else in this world, even in this world, it is like that, isn't it? So, if you want to please someone properly, then by doing that thing for that person, what he requires in the proper way, able to look at it, and able to do in such thing in such a way that in that person's heart happiness should come. Happiness should come. So, as far as spiritual mastery is concerned, what is that? Guru has told us you live in a particular way, with knowledge, jnana nishta, and engage in the cultivation of spiritual knowledge, alpa vidya, and absorbed in that. Guru Charanam Siddhi, that is what he mentions there in that verse. He says, Guru Charanam Bhuja Nurbhara Bhakta. We have to understand all these words properly. Not that I will put the photograph of the Guru on the deity and offer all the prasadam, 56 or 108 preparations, everything to him, and change his dress every day, offer water every day, 5 times arati every day, but don't listen to anything else what is said to me. If you take it that way, that is not bhakti. That's not bhakti. That's what he is saying here. Guru Charanam Bhuja Nurbhara Bhakta. Nurbhara Bhakta means that. Nurbhara means that Guru's instructions should control the life of the disciple. It should control the life of the disciple. Now we give our own spin on all these things. What is Guru Bhakti means? Sometimes people go in that way, isn't it? They start giving like that. So that is why Acharya Swami is saying here, you can see here the personality who has written so much commentaries on all the Upanishads, Brahma Sutram, Bhagavad Gita, and so many Stotram. So much he has compiled in a very short period of time in his life. He never spoke one word about his spiritual master. Have you noticed that? Govinda Bhagavad-pada, his spiritual master, because he never related with his spiritual master on a bodily level. This is proper spiritual life. Anyone who understands and related the spiritual master on a bodily level is very, very ignorant person he is. Spiritual master Shankaracharya, who wrote so much about commentary, such an extensive commentary on Brahma Sutram, Bhagavad Gita and Upanishads, plus all the Stotrams what he has compiled, plus so much of what do they call the Prakarana Grantham, which are the Viveka so Udesha Sahasra, Atmabodham, hundreds of them he wrote. And he gave so much spirituality in the society. And that person, he never spoke one word about Govinda Bhagavad-pada, his spiritual master. Why? Reason is this, that he knows very well that Govinda Bhagavad-pada wanted him to propagate the knowledge of the soul which he attained. Beyond than that, not on a body level, any relationship. That's not good. Guru Charanam Bhuja Nurbhara Bhakta. That's what it means. What is the reason? The reason is this, that whatever he has written in the books, that is sufficient to talk about the spiritual master. The spiritual master's glory is that what is coming through those books what he wrote. So that commentaries and the books what he wrote, that is the glory of his spiritual master. Of his spiritual master. So, but even though we may say all these things, and with all these examples we talk about, personalities are not important for us. Personalities are not important. Because if you want them all to be happy, to be pleased with your work, then if we have only when we realize the truth within ourselves. Otherwise it's not going to please them. Whole lifetime I've done so many things thinking that this is what he wants me to do. That may happen in one level. But in the spiritual life, if you keep their photo and made every day so many laddus and jalebis, you offered him and told him that you have to be pleased with me because I cooked all these laddus for you. And that is a bit too much to expect from him. I think he will be thinking, what kind of disciple have I got? What has gone into his head? That's what he will be thinking about us if you do this business whole life. This is not the whole thing. Krishna is saying to us, because if you have understood Guru Tattva properly, you won't do such things. Spiritual master is not starving there, is he? That I have to prepare, this is even if you are sick, eat. Even if you are not starving, eat because I cooked for you. I'm showing my love to you, now you show your love to me. That's what we are demanding from the spiritual master. But this is not spiritual relationship. It's completely on a bodily level. You are thinking that we made it a complete mockery of the whole thing anyway. Very well. Well done. So, what can you do? This is all spiritual life. It's all about cooking 56 preparations every time and offering it and saying that everything is fantastic. Wonderful. But nothing has gone inside. What's the use at the end? So that's what he's saying here. When we realize the Tattvam, it pleases the spiritual master. If he realizes the truth, that pleases him. So, one mother came and told Maharshi once that I am keeping a photograph of you and every day I am offering flowers to it, he said. But sometimes there is shortage of flowers, he said to him. So, then Maharshi told him, what's the problem then? You cut your leg and start offering the blood to me, he said. If you are not getting flowers, he said. Because this is the way, ignorance is so deep in every one of us. And you can see this all the time happening in this world, isn't it? People are getting, they chalk out something, a plan, some ignorant people, they get together and they chalk out a plan and they tell the whole institution, this is what everybody should be doing. They have decided that this is the spiritual life. But they won't read anything, they won't think about anything. Is that what spiritual master wants from us? Is that what is expected from us? That they won't look at it. They will make it like and pull others also into the same avidya, ajnanam, and drag them through that. He says, so he says to him that, he says that this lady asked him that I have plucked flowers, but some flowers are difficult to get. He says to him, if you pluck these flowers, then the tree won't get pain. He asked that question to him. So, unnecessarily you don't have to pluck all the flowers from the tree. So, this is the important thing, that when we don't understand some things, spiritual life is very much a relationship between the spiritual master, completely on a spiritual platform, not based on the body. If we develop it on the bodily level, Ananda's experience with Buddha will happen. Ananda's experience with Buddha will happen. Sometimes you can see this also. I've gone through so many times, so therefore I have no problem in saying this. Year after year, for the Prabhupada's appearance day, we have to talk about this, what we call as the offering. One after the other, people are coming and saying how nice you were when you were in this world, how good you were to me. Is this what he wants to hear from us? That this is our ajnanam, avidya inside, nothing has gone inside. What can we do? He has given us all initiations, now he has to bear it. There's nothing we can do. So this is the misfortune. That is the misfortune of the spiritual life. That one day you will tell us that, look, I've written everything in the book. Did you take anything seriously in the book? What is written there? You have made your plan, whatever you want to do, and you have decided this is what I want. You have decided that this is what I want, and you are doing that. Every morning you come and stood in front of me and telling me that in the 4:30 you are telling me that you are Sakshat Hari. Shadha Haritve Asamasta Shastre Uktas Tadabha Vedayeva Satmi. You are Sakshat Hari. When you are telling me your Sakshat Hari and you don't listen to me, if you want to Hari, you are not willing to listen. Anything. You don't want to do anything. And then another place what we say, in the 7:30 what we say, 7 o'clock we say to him, to the spiritual master, what do we say to him? We say to him that Sri Guru Charana Padmam Kevala Bhakkade Sadma Bandhavoni Savadhana Mante. If you go through that verses, you will see there, where is that book? You see some of the things in the word. Do we any time think about this? Anything what it says there that it is not mocking up, but I'm talking about our own avidya inside. I'm not mocking anybody. Just saying that how we are, that's all. All it's saying here is that if you look into the Guru Ashtalam, and where it says Guru Antara, which is page 80, it says here, page 80, it says, Guru Mukha Padma Vakyam, Chitede Koriya Aikya, Arma Pareho Mane Asha. That's my desire, Lord. Then it says, Sri Guru Charane Rati, Aisai Uttama Gadi, Ye Prasade Pure Sarva Asha. Then it says, Chakudhana Diloye, Janme Janme Prabhu Sai, Divya Jnanam Hriday Prakashito. But the only thing what we do, somehow or the other, this Divya Jnanam should not come inside. We'll do everything we can to stop that Divya Jnanam, because if the Divya Jnanam comes inside, then we can't act like the way what we are doing, is it? So Divya Jnanam Hriday Prakashito, we are singing in front of him, but right opposite thing we do rest of the time. And then he says, Prema Bhakti Yaha Hoite, Avidya Vinasha Yate, Vedega Yahara Charito. So you can see how in spiritual life we are not careful about the message. What the message is important, person is not important. He has given us what we have to do in this world. If we don't take the messages seriously, Krishna has given us Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam. Prabhupada has commented on those books and given it to us. Take Bhagavad Gita, take Srimad Bhagavatam. And why did he do that? Years and years, desperately he tried to print them, publish them, distribute them, to get this point across to us. And therefore, it says that respecting that instructions is puja. So, therefore, he mentions like this, that flowers, what is offered is not the important thing, but when the Priyam comes, and how they want us to be in this world. If you do like that, if you sit in that way, that is Guru Charanara Bhakti. That is what that means. Then it says that you will get liberated from the material existence. And as soon as the spiritual master says, then there is liberation. If you have bhakti, what is the benefit? It says, all what Guru has spoken, it will come into our level of experience. That is the benefit from that. If we have developed that Guru Bhakti in that way, by following the instructions properly, whatever the Guru has spoken, it will come into our experience level. What does Guru say? Guru says to us, you are not the body. First thing. He says to us, you are not the body. What else he says? Develop Krishna consciousness, bhakti for Krishna. These things will happen. Guru Sharanambuja Nirbhaya Bhakti. Samsarat Ajirat Bhavantaha. One will escape from this material existence once for all. And that will continue. That means we won't stand as a block in the way. We won't stand on the way anymore after that. So, then if you say this to somebody, you know what they will say to us? They say, oh, they are all Mahatmas. We are ordinary people. How can we do this? They will say like this. This is a normal excuse. Oh, I am an ordinary conditioned jiva, they will say. It's nothing applies to me. I'll just do what this is all I can do. And I can't do anything more than that. So, between the words of the spiritual master and our experience, if you don't put any block in between, that is called Nirbhaya Bhakti. In other words, spiritual master said something. Krishna has given us something. In this instance, spiritual master, when we talk about, Krishna has given us something. Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam. Krishna says, if you take it on board, you will reach the state finally. But between Krishna's words and our experience, we put the block. We are putting the block. So therefore, he mentions there, if you do that, what will happen? Mukti won't happen from this material existence. Samsara ajira bhava muktaha sendriya manasa niyama devam drakshasi nija hridayastam devam. He says that is the only way to escape from the material existence. So, in order that indriya manasa niyama, he says, indriyam, senses, and the mind should be under control. And in order to do that, Anushtana, different sadhana processes given to us, and Pashyadi Dayastam Devam. We will realize Krishna who is within the heart of everyone. And after saying this, Bhajagovindam prayers finishes there. And the idea of talking about this Bhajagovindam prayers was, as I mentioned in the very beginning, another word for that is Moha Mudgara, isn't it? Moha means illusion. The hammer which is to smash the illusion in us. All the verses, if you go back and look at it, you will see these are all different sides of illusion, what is inside us. To smash that illusion, Acharya Swamiji, out of his compassion for us, he compiled Bhajagovindam and gave it to us. And he mentions to us that this Moha Mudgara and Bhajagovindam, so we have more or less gone through almost all the verses. And very simple verses they are. They are not very complex. But the idea is Vairagyam, Bhakti, Jnanam, Pradhanam. And all three things are there in these verses. If you read them again, you will see this. One thing alone cannot stay. For example, Jnanam alone cannot stay. Or Bhakti alone cannot stay. Or Vairagyam alone cannot stay. It can only stay if all the three things are together. Vairagyam, Jnanam, Bhakti. If you say that I only want the Jnanam, I don't want Bhakti and Vairagyam, it will not happen. Why? The reason is because that Jnanam in your practical life, it won't help you. In Anubhavam, in experience, it will not be of any help. Suppose somebody says, I only want Bhakti, I don't want the Jnanam. That also will not work because your Bhakti will be completely on the bodily level and completely on sentiments. It won't be a proper Bhakti in that aspect. And if somebody says, I will have Bhakti and Jnanam, but I don't want Vairagyam, if he says like that, in that case what will happen is, the Jnanam in that person, it won't get deep rooted inside. Dridata, Dardhyam will not happen. In order for Jnanam to work properly, so much Jnanam we accumulate and put it in the head. In order that Jnanam to come into our shelter when we need it, in order that to happen, Vairagyam is necessary. That is the principle. That is why in the Bhagavatam, Bhakti, Jnana, Viraga, three things always together. Bhakti, Jnanam, Vairagyam. So, all the three things are necessary. And then the question will come, is a householder, it is possible all these things. But householder can only do what is possible for them, they should do it. That is the Bhagavata Dharma. So, here, Bhagavata Dharma was brought for this purpose. And therefore, Srimad Bhagavatam brings this Bhagavata Dharma. There, the important thing is sannyasam or garhastyam is not important in the Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam is not talking about sannyasam, garhastyam. Although, in the Sadachara Mandayam, in the 7th canto, when Sri Narada Maharshi spoke to Yudhishthira about Varnashrama Dharma, and in the 11th canto, Krishna talked to Uddhava about Varnashrama Dharma. Srimad Bhagavatam as a principle has not given too much importance to Varnashrama Dharma. That is what it says here. If it was Varnashrama Dharma, there was no need to talk about Bhagavata Dharma. The reason why Bhagavata Dharma, because while Bhagavata Dharma was talked about, Varnashram Dharma was spoken as a supplementary to that. He only said that if Varnashram Dharma is there, it's helpful. But Bhagavata Dharma was spoken only for one reason. Whether you are a householder, whether you are a sannyasi, these principles of spiritual life, what Krishna has spoken in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, Anubhuti is more important, and due to the difference is that sannyasi has some anubhuti. Anubhuti means one realization in him. And due to grihasthashram, garhastya means grihasthashram, grihastha due to his prarabdham and also due to his vasana inside, Bhagavata Dharma was spoken basically for him, for the householder. Bhagavata Dharma was spoken particularly for the householder, not for the sannyasi. Because otherwise Krishna would have given the name to it as Sannyasa Dharma. Rather he gave it to him as Bhagavata Dharma. So whatever a sannyasi will reach through his knowledge and experience in this world, that a grahastha also with all his prarabdham, while experiencing that prarabdham itself, he should come to that state through Bhagavata Dharma. What a sannyasi will come through, because sannyasi means you are going through Varnashram Dharma straight away, isn't it? Whereas grahastha means he may be or may not be through Varnashram, he become a grahastha somehow in life. So even in that state, it is possible, Krishna is saying, that through Bhagavata Dharma, the same position where the grahastha, where the sannyasi reaches through Varnashram Dharma, that can be attained by the grahastha also in the same way. So, simply if it is all book knowledge, that is no use at the end, isn't it? So, therefore, sometimes people study books and they will struggle in their life, because when there is no renunciation, knowledge won't happen. And if there is no renunciation, knowledge will not help for realizing the self. Knowledge will not help for realizing the self. So, because at that time what will happen, if there is no renunciation, all the time, Atmanubhavam, experience of the soul you are trying, but mind will go out to the outside world. That's why they insist that Vairagya is a necessity for knowledge to function. We understand everything with the mind and intelligence. It will stay in the brain, but it will not come to our rescue when we want it. Why? Vairagyam is not there. Because Vairagyam is not there, the mind will go into the world outside and will get absorbed in that. So, if the knowledge is not there, the bhakti what will come through that person will not have any proper shine. If a person do not have any knowledge and he is executing bhakti, that bhakti that will come through that person, you will notice that bhakti will be completely confused bhakti, full of confusion inside. Sometimes you will think that, oh, Krishna, I have been doing so much for Krishna, is he not happy with me? All kinds of fear will come out from that. That is where in bhakti so many times people get frightened about bhakti. That Bhavad Ishwarado Bhayam, Krishna is saying, because bhakti executed in fear is not bhakti. So that is the problem. Only important thing is that all these three things must exist simultaneously in a person. That is spiritual life. That's what Anjali is saying there also. That then you can experience that perfection in the soul. So, and experience Krishna. That is the goal of all satsangam. So we have heard this Mohammadgaram, these verses regarding the Bhajagovindam prayers. When you have time, please go through them. It may give you some understanding that spiritual life based on how the acharyas saw the spiritual life, not how the institutions saw the spiritual life, or somebody else saw the spiritual life. How the acharyas saw the spiritual life and what they gave importance to. We give importance to many other things, isn't it? For us, positions and the glamour and the charisma, all these things are important in spiritual life. But for acharyas, all these are useless as far as they are concerned. What they saw importance in spiritual life, how they looked at others who have got liberated. You can see that in these verses, what we have spoken about. How they looked at others who got liberated and what was their state of consciousness. And that's what matters at the end. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.
भारती